Yo, welcome, 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 welcome. This is gonna be like completely impromptu, so like it's gonna be a not planned at all stream. So I'm getting everything ready to go, and man, this is gonna be interesting. So we'll be on stream here in just a moment, but I got to get everything ready to roll. And it's going to be an interesting stream, man. So stay tuned. Give me a couple minutes, and I will be live. Hopefully, volume and everything is good to go. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm just setting up everything on my end so that way we can get the game rolling. But again, much appreciated for anybody who's tuning in, and stay tuned. I've just got to get the stream locked and loaded. So give me a second, and we'll be good to go. See somebody on YouTube. Yeah, I did see the promo Mewtwo. I'm guessing it's gonna be like the season pass card. Looks dope. Looks dope. What's going on, Bean? Even though we all know like it's probably not pronounced Bean. It's Benet. Everybody knows that, right? It's totally Benet. Like benign, except different. Oh, Benet. Bean. I can't believe you, dude. Becoming an OG banger? Many thanks, many thanks. I'm a member on the YouTube, and I think you're like still. I don't know. Are you still subbed on Twitch too? That's crazy, bro. Appreciate you. Okay. So yeah, I'm not gonna look at any of that stuff. I'm gonna have Pokemon meta up just in case we wanna. We can like start cooking. Can we start cooking yet? Okay. Not yet. Maybe by the time we are um, finished with the review, we can start cooking. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my burritos in the microwave. And I think we should be ready to go here in just a few minutes. So give me a second. I probably should try to run any ads right now just in case there's going to be any ads. So that way we're not interrupted. And then if we do get an ad in the middle of gameplay, we'll just like we'll go ahead and we'll pause and come back to something. So this should be fun, man. A lot of new cards. We'll talk about some of the interaction and stuff, and I'm sure a lot of you already have an idea about some of the interactions. So, okay, yeah, let's get that. Okay. All right, should be live in just a second. Alrighty, I think we are ready to cook. Dude, let me see if I can find a way to get chat pulled up. Because I do want to make sure that I can see both the chats. I have to just make this smaller, huh? Oh man, but it's going to mess with... It's totally going to mess with... It's going to mess with my OBS layout. Dude, see, this is like a great reason why I need to get Windows. Bruh. Okay. Perfect. So now I can at least... Damn. Okay, now I can see chat on for both. We are cooking chat. I'm also cooking some burritos. So like I got to put a timer on, so I might have to get up and go grab those out of the oven here in a second, but all right, let's put the timer on. Okay. I believe we are cooking. Okay. What is up, everybody? Again, it's like 12 a.m. I haven't ate all day. And I'm going to be lazy and go no cam. But we got a full set. So hello to everybody in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat. What's going on? What's up, Mitchell? Lizzie Palmont gonna slap. Heard it here first. Okay. Do you think the introduction of red would lead to decrease in Giovanni usage? I think it'll be just something like that. Like one prize decks like really want to make sure that they probably play, right? Like, I think one prize decks will like it, and I think 18 trainer decks will probably like it. Did the whole set get revealed? Yes. Whole set is revealed. I can't believe they added Misty 2.0 with Rocket Grunt. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, huh? When is the Jonto packs release? I don't know, honestly. Like, I just know that we have this set coming out, if that makes any sense. Team Rocket Grunt meta incoming. What's going on, by the way? What's going on, everybody? And then underwhelmed by this expansion. Thought it was going to be Gen 9. Let's dive in. So this is the new Weedle. For perspective, see if we can get the other Weedle pulled up too. So other Weedle actually like does 20 damage for 1 energy. This Weedle multiplies. So it's kind of like if you remember like the coughing, right? Like coughing versus like the coughing from I think Genetic Apex and then the one from Mythical Island. That's what it reminds me of. I probably would rather play the one that does damage, but yeah, I probably would rather play the one that plays damage. But I mean, like, I definitely understand the idea of like thinning your deck and making maybe like your professor or your Pokemon communications a little bit better. So this is Kakuna. So for comparison, This one does 30. It's the same HP and it's the same retreat. But this one does 30. Flip a coin if heads, your opponent's Pokemon is now paralyzed. Wow. Yeah, that's probably an upgrade. I would say that's probably an upgrade. Like, there's definitely a world where you hit for 20 with the Weedle, you hit for 20 with the Kakuna, and then you hit for 80 with the Beedrill. So, like, that's kind of cool. Okay, so now we've got Beedrill EX. And if you didn't know, there is a Team Rocket Grunt supporter that you flip a coin until you get tails, and it's going to discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon for every heads that you get. So, like, there's definitely potential for, like, Beedrill to, you know, discard one energy, and then, like, on top of that, you also have, like, Team Rocket Grunt to also potentially discard more than one energy. So, like, that's pretty good. That's definitely pretty good. And it's definitely something that, like, probably shouldn't be slept on. But again, like, it's going to be interesting to see. A lot of people are definitely looking at, like, yeah, they're like somebody in the chat just mentioned, they're kind of looking at it as like a reverse Misty in a way. But again, like, Misty, you can target your bench too, right? Like, you can kind of, like, hide in the back and then, like, Misty something. But with, like, Rocket Grunt, you know, you can't really Rocket Grunt their bench. So, like, that's probably the biggest difference. So stuff like Dredagon, obviously, Dredagon might have gotten even better. I think Beedrill is pretty interesting though. Like, I definitely will play around with it if I am able to pull it. It's just a matter of, like, pulling it. So we did see Pinsir already, and we did see the Sprigatito already. So we'll look at the stage 1. This is card name 456, if you didn't know. 90 HP, 2 energies, and 40 damage. And by the way, yeah, like, when we get to Rocket Grunt, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but, like, traditionally in the paper game, any sort of energy removal like that is always played. Like, that the big curveball is, like, it's a supporter, and typically, like, Crushing Hammer, which is, like, the TCG equivalent, I'm pretty sure it's active only. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong on that. But it's also a coin flip, but it's an item. So, like, you can play multiple Crushing Hammers in the TCG, like, when it was legal. But with, like, the Grunt being a supporter, it's a little bit different. The Meowscarda, I believe it's like a Pokemon that can take down EXs. Yeah, so this is a stage 2, 1 retreat cost, 140 HP. If your opponent's active Pokemon is an EX, this does 70 more damage. So it could do 130. That's that's pretty good, right? I mean, the big issue, you wonder, like, you know, if you're gonna play a stage 2, it's probably got to be like a 1-pointer, or, like, probably it can be, or it's just got to be really, really good. Like, if it's an EX, right? And so the big question that you're gonna have to ask yourself if you want to play this card is, like, what do you want to pair it with? And, like, the natural fit is, like, Executor, right? I mean, Executor can fit with this. If you want to go pure 1 prize, sure, you can do that, but it's like noticeably weaker. And like the other thing that I look at too is like, I mean, Dialga and Arceus are still kind of a problem, but with Giovanni or with Red, you could potentially KO either Dialga or Arceus. And, you know, one thing that you have to think about when you're going over these cards is like, well, how do I deal with stuff like Manaphy? How do I deal with stuff like Druddigon? How do I deal with stuff like Dialga and then Arceus, right? And then once you get past all that, right? Like, because those are pretty strong openers that you're going to see a lot of still. So then you have to ask yourself, like, okay, well, then how does my deck deal with, you know, an Arceus? How does it deal with like not a Giratina, but like a Palkia, you know, stuff like that. And then even stuff like Rampardos, right? Like, how do you deal with Rampardos or Lucario? You know, you got to kind of think about those interactions as you're trying to figure out like how to play these new cards. So that's something to think about. And then, yeah, somebody is talking about it in the chat. Yeah, Crushing Hammer sees a lot of play in the regular TCG when it was there, but it was an item. That's the only thing. And then again, yeah, Flip for energy removal. Definitely, like every deck could play it, but like here's the thing with cards like Team Rocket Grunt. Okay, you have to ask yourself, and it's just like Red Card, it's just like Mars, it's just like stuff like that, where you have to ask yourself, is wasting or using a spot in my deck, whether it's one card or two cards, is it better to play Disruption than it is to focus on my deck's strategy, right? So like, should I play something like, by the way, appreciate you on Twitch. Yo, Brad, love your videos. Yes. Thank you, dude. Um, but basically, you know, you kind of have to ask, like, am I better off playing something like a Pokemon Communication or an extra Pokemon Tool or an extra Giovanni or Red, as opposed to playing something like a, you know, a Team Rocket Grunt, right? So like that's the thing that you kind of have to ask yourself. But yeah, Meowscarada is like interesting. I just don't know. I would have to play with it and like play with it in a 1 point deck is the way that I would look at it. Just to kind of like cook with it. And it's not like fire types are like that crazy right now. But yeah, I would probably lean towards like a 1 point deck, right? And yeah, like the thing is, sure, you're missing like 130 is definitely unfortunate. Like I definitely agree, but like with the fact that you're probably playing it in a 1 pointer deck, you're probably playing stuff like Giovanni or Red anyways, right? So like you should be able to mitigate that. And then also there's like chip damage that's going to happen throughout the span of the game. There's rocky helmets that's going to happen, right? So I don't know. It may be able to surprise some people, especially like the first weekend of the new meta. So like one thing to think about too is that when we have had a new meta for the past two sets for the Ursi Day tournament, the a one prize deck has won the Ursa Day tournament the first weekend of a new meta. So we saw Golem win, right? That kind of snuck up on people, and then we saw Rampardos win, and Rampardos turned out to be actually be like really good. And so I would not rule out any 1 point decks, right? Like I wouldn't rule out any non-EX decks yet. So this was actually really interesting. Check out the Charmander, right? 1 energy, 20 damage. And yeah, somebody said it right. Yeah, we thought that about Arceus with 130 as well. Yeah, you're right. Like we thought that was a little bit too low, and then like we were like, how are you gonna ramp it? And you know, it found a way to work out. The Charmander is gonna be just like, in my opinion, like a straight up upgrade. And I don't know that the other Charmander is gonna see any play now. Because in my opinion, yes, the 30 damage is like really good, and obviously it KO stuff like Execute, but I think you would rather play this Charmander. The alternative is, okay, let's check out the Charmeleon. The alternative is you play the Apex Charmander, so it does 30 damage potentially, and then you play the Shining Revelry Charmeleon. But this Charmeleon is just a straight up upgrade. So this is the Charmeleon, 90 HP, right? Pretty standard. 2 energy attack for 40 damage, and then 2 retreat cost.
And if you look at the Charmeleon that we've previously had, oh wow, they have them up on the site now. Sweet. We can cook, y'all. Okay. So this was the old Charmeleon, so 90 HP, but again, it's a more expensive attack. And like obviously, like a lot of the time, you never attacked with this Charmeleon, like ever. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I've ever attacked with this Charmeleon, and if I have, it's because I bricked on Charman or Charizard. So I do think that this is a direct upgrade. I would say that the Charmeleon for sure is an upgrade, and the Charmander is like, question mark, right? But I think unless like grass becomes like really, really played, you can probably get away with just playing the Shining Revelry Charmander. Yes. So Daisy, yes, the set did get leaked because they updated the app. So let me make this announcement on stream as well. So if you haven't purchased all of the hourglasses, like the cheaper ones, okay, do not update the app yet because you might want to buy them first, okay? Because if you guys have remembered, we've had new hourglasses every month for the past like 2 months, I believe. But there's also been a set of hourglasses that has been there since like the day the game launched, okay? So if you update the app, the hourglasses that have been there, the cheaper ones, they're gone. Okay, they're gone if you update the app. So if you haven't bought them, you definitely want to look at them in the shop and maybe buy them before you update your app. But after you update the app, you're going to be able to download a lot of the you're going to be able to download all the data that comes with the app, and that's how these cards were found. And I just want to take a second to shout out to Pokemon Zone. That's the website I'm using, and you can check it out as well. I've talked about it a few times, and I use it quite a bit on stream and on the videos. They were able to basically go through all the code and find a way to get the cards out there. Pokemon Pocket is making this very difficult, okay? Like they are trying to make it difficult to get leaks. And so the fact that people are up at odd times of the day to get this information for you, definitely huge pat on their back, and like big shout out to Bombo and his entire team at Pokemon Zone. So I want to make sure that I do share those two things, and hopefully, people do get some good, information out of these cards, and then they can maybe start thinking about what cards they want to target. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else that pops up, and I'll try to repeat myself probably in like 30-40 minutes because I know people are coming in and out of the stream. Like that's pretty normal. So now that we've seen the set, like we got to talk about this Charizard, right? So with this Charizard, do have to kind of like think about, basically, is the Charizard that is now out, is it a better Charizard than something like the Apex Charizard, right? And my immediate impression after seeing, the way it's like been revealed, um, I'm not really sure that I would say that this is like a downgrade necessarily. Yeah, let's do that. But it's definitely just like a different approach, right? Like that's the best way to explain this Charizard. Like it's just a different approach to playing Charizard. And I don't know that it's like better because like honestly, you're going to take, probably significant damage before you're able to attack with it. And like that's kind of the big problem, right? So you're probably going to have to play stuff like Potion. There is a little bit of support with the Pokemon Center card that we'll talk about as well. So we'll talk about that, but there is potential for this Charizard to be pretty interesting. Let me phrase it to you like this. If you remember Genetic Apex Mewtwo, by the way, so did the older hourglasses thing get updated? So there's only one set of hourglasses now, and it's the monthly one, if that makes sense. Okay, so before there were two hourglass sets. The one that had been there that was cheaper, that one is now gone. The only one there is the one that we get like every month now. So hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, please let me know. I'll try to do a better job explaining. So this Charizard is essentially like, and work with me here. This is basically Mewtwo and Gardevoir in one card. Okay? Like that's the way you have to think about this. This is basically Mewtwo and Gardevoir in one card. And so like you're going to have to like get a stage 2 out, right? And then on top of that, you're going to have to go ahead and, take time to charge it. With this one, you're going to have to use an attack, right? With Gardevoir, you just use the ability. And hopefully your Mewtwo is ready to go. But like, think about it like this. As soon as your Charizard is at those energies, now you're free to attach to anything else. And also, you're just doing 150 every turn. So like if you thought Mewtwo was decent, right? Like this is basically like another odd take on Mewtwo. Okay. And again, like when you talk about the combination of like the healing card that we got as a supporter, as well as like things like Giant Cape, this is definitely a card to be on alert for. And it's definitely not a card to write off yet. So definitely keep this card, in the back of your mind, and don't be surprised if this turns out to be a direct upgrade, even though it doesn't do 200 damage. And now the question is like, what are the partners that you play with Charizard? Like that's the question now, okay? Because you don't need Moltres. Like you can still play Moltres, right? So now, okay, work with me here. So now instead of like playing Charizard and like you need Moltres to flip tails, now Moltres can sort of be like a damage sponge, right? Like it can absorb damage, and it can be an alternative attacker, right? Like you can say, hey, I'm charging up my Moltres because I curved Charizard, and like I didn't find Moltres early, right? Whereas before, okay, if you didn't draw Moltres and you're playing Charizard, like you're having to manually attach, it's really slow, and then by the time you draw Moltres, you're gonna have to like find a way to pivot it in. Does that make sense? So like Cape, Potion, the new supporter that heals damage, and then you combo that with Moltres, this Charizard might be a direct upgrade. It might be. And I know that people are going to be like, man, it doesn't do 200, and like it's not going to one-shot some things. Depending on what partner you play with this Charizard, it might be able to offset that. But again, like, are you better off playing one-pointers with the Charizard? Like think back to what we have seen with the Palkia deck that plays 4 Palkia and 2 Manaphy. Are you going to be able to play something like 2 Druddigons and then like, I don't know, 2, healing shamans, right? And you play, basically those 4 Pokemon in the Charizard line. So you play 10 total Pokemon. Okay. And if you do that, are you going to get that extra 20 damage from Druddigon? And then are you going to be able to keep your Druddigon alive long enough to like get to your Charizard and then bring it in and attack with it? Like that's something to think about, right? Because the big thing that you're going to have to figure out is what is going to hit my Charizard so hard that like I can't heal it and make it survive again, right? Like Arceus is the first thing that I think of. You know what I'm saying? So like Arceus hitting it for 130 or 140 or 150 is going to be devastating. So you're going to try to avoid that at all cost. And I think that that's why you're going to want to play extra bench Pokemon to like avoid getting Sabrinaed. And then, if your Druddigon is active, Shaman's on the bench, and then your Charizard line is on the bench, you have a little bit of flexibility there. And then you just try to map the game out. They have to knock out 2 Druddigons and your Charizard, right? Or they have to knock out Shaman, Druddigon, and your Charizard. You see what I'm saying? I think that's probably the way to look at this Charizard. And like, we're going to build some decks tonight, okay? And we're just going to have fun, build some decks since we've seen the whole set, and then we're going to kind of go from there. But that's my early thought process with Charizard. So if you're a Charizard fan right now, think about what Pokemon you would play alongside Charizard. What's better than Druddigon Shaman? What's better than Moltres Druddigon even, right? Because you could play Moltres and Druddigon and just play Leaf, right? So ask yourself, what's the best line of supporting Pokemon to go with Charizard? And we'll come back to this towards the deck building portion. So let's catch up with chat as well. So YouTube is popping off. Okay. Big shout out to y'all on YouTube. Definitely drop that thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I know a lot of you are. But yeah, so 68 cards, not including I haven't counted, so I have no idea. I'm sorry. Rocket Grunt is going to feel bad for 50% of the time. Waste of a slot when Nurse Joy or Red would have. Yeah. And Angie, I think it's Angie, right? Or is it Angle? I'm blind. Okay. I'm freaking blind. But that's what I was kind of talking about. I just made the text better. It's Angle. Okay. So that's what I was talking about earlier. You have to decide, is it better to focus on my strategy, or is it better to play cards that disrupt my opponent? Because playing cards like Red and Nurse are going to make your strategy stronger, right? But playing cards like Team Rocket Grunt, that's just going with the aim of I hope I disrupt my opponent enough. Okay, if that makes sense. Um, and let's see, Moltres, yeah, it covers the downside if you don't draw Moltres, you just run. Yeah, I agree. I do. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Why are we getting another Magmar? That's like our fourth. That's hilarious. I didn't realize that. New Wigglytuff looks cool. We'll check out the Wigglytuff for sure. I think somebody down beneath that said Wigglytuff can heal Charizard too. And I think you just rather play Shaman because like it's just a basic. That's what I think. So I'm gonna put this Magmar. Actually, yeah, here's the Magmar, and let me get ready to take my burritos out of my oven because they just got done. But this is a Magmar, 20 damage for 1 energy, 70 HP. I mean, I think it's a better Magmar than the ones that we've seen. Let's pull them up. Dude, this is literally our 4th Magmar. That's crazy, bro. This is our 4th Magmar. Whoever said that in the chat, you're a genius. You are a genius. Yeah, I think you're right though, Angle. And then let's see, one Pete healing so prevalent now. The meta will probably be about one-shotting for sure. Yeah, and honestly, like we've already seen that in some tournaments, right? Like some decks are like built to one-shot things like Dialga and things like, Arceus. I admire your mentality, brother. Hey, appreciate you, Demi. Let's see. Grunt is the answer to Misty. Yeah, Grunt is definitely an answer to Misty if it's in the active. Like that's what you got to remember. It's got to be in the active. It doesn't touch the bench. Let's see. Let's keep going. Playing to win instead of not to lose. Woozy, that's a great that's like a great embodiment of like what some of these cards like make you do, right? Like, are you gonna play to win and like get to your strategy, or are you gonna play to like, disrupt and like, maybe not lose, right? Yeah. Let's see. Charizard, Heatran, Snorlax. So you can put all the energy into 1-pointers to do early damage. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean Barry and Snorlax, right? Barry, Snorlax, Charizard. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean it just might be a lot of supporters, right? Because like if you're playing Snorlax, you're probably playing Barry. If you're playing Heatran, you got to think about things like Leaf, right? And then if you're playing all those cards, you also got to think about, well, am I healing my Charizard with Pokemon Nurse? So it's a lot. It's a lot. Wonder if Team Rocket Grunt will be shortened to Grunt, since nobody cares about Galactic Grunt. That's hilarious. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And then yeah, again, Charizard does kind of have like built-in protection against Grunt. As far as like this Magmar, Magmar is gonna do 50 damage for 1 energy with Blaine. That's pretty cool. This might be the best Magmar we've had. It might be. I don't know. This is dang, dude. Can you actually play Magmortar now? All right, so let's get the Magmortar up on the screen, and then let me grab my burritos out of the fridge. Okay, burritos secured. Let me make sure volume and everything is good on my mic and everything. Sometimes when I like move my mic, it just goes crazy. Okay, so 120 HP, 3 energy attack, 70 damage during your opponent's next turn. If the defending Pokemon tries to attack, your opponent flips a coin. If tails, that attack doesn't happen. So like if they're trying to ramp even, like it doesn't happen. So, hey, not bad, right? Not bad. Yeah, T1000 for sure, for sure. Right here, like the thing is too, I want to say the thing is, I think switching, if your opponent switches, this falls off, I think. Because, like, when the way it says the defending Pokemon, it makes me think that, like, if you switch, it doesn't, like, stick, right? Because, like, there's some cards where, like, even if they switch, it doesn't matter. I think, like, Vulpix is like that, for example. Because, like, let me make sure. Yeah. I mean, Vulpix is just straight up different, so it's kind of hard to compare. But I think if they switch, this resets, which makes this a little bit like kind of worse. And then obviously, if you evolve, you can't use Blaine. So Magmortar is like really hard to like get value out of. And I want to like say that they even have like there's a trainer that helps Magmortar, right? I just don't remember it. Okay. Paldean Tauros. So this is really cool, right? I love Tauros. Like Tauros, Loki, I kind of like have a little bit of an affinity for. But 110 HP, 3 energies to attack, and 80 damage, and then it recoils for 10. It's just probably not good enough. It's probably not good enough. Like, it may see play in, like, I don't know, stuff like non-EX formats, but I think it might be too weak. We did get a new Tentacle and a new Tentacruel, which, like, the Tentacruel is just like it's a 100 HP body, 1 energy for 40. So, like, you know, think about Starmie from Genetic Apex. Very similar. Very similar. I think Starmie, I think it's like a straight up power creep of the Starmie, though. I think the Starmie had 10 less HP, yeah. Oh, but it had free retreat. So you're trading free retreat for like 10 more HP. So, you know, there's that, right? I don't think that like there's anything crazy to say about Tentacruel. Okay, actually, let's talk about this though. The Floatzel is really fascinating. Oh wait, no. Where's the? Huh? I thought there was a different Floatzel. Yeah. I mean, turn 2 Magmar plus Blaine definitely can get there on some Pokemon. The problem is like I said, like you can't really like. I mean, what are you gonna do after that? Unfortunately, because like evolving to Magmortar, like your Blaine gets worse, and like you don't really get like much for evolving, so it's kind of tough. I thought the Floatzel was different. I don't know. We're gonna have to look into this, but I thought the Floatzel was different. But this is gonna be basically a Zebstrika. So 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So this will probably see some sort of play. I think it's going to see some sort of play for sure. Like it could be a 1-pointer in a 1-point deck, right? It could be a 1-pointer in like that Palkia deck. It could be just like, you know, a different tech card that we see similar to how we saw with the Zebstrika, especially if Druddigon ends up being very popular. So I wouldn't sleep on Floatzel, but it's not going to like warp the game, but it's going to be something that I think is definitely decent. And by the way, yeah. So let's talk about what somebody said in chat. I'm not going to lie, these Pokemon don't seem crazy, but supporters do. I would push back on that and say Beedrill might be decent. Like, okay. Fighting is different. Like, fighting is a bunch of cheap attackers, right? Like, the most expensive attacker in a fighting deck is usually 2 energy cost, okay? So let's just kind of push fighting aside. And think about Arceus and Dialga, right? Arceus Dialga, you need energies. And, like, you need a lot of energies. And so by playing cards like Beedrill against decks like Arceus and Dialga, it definitely can disrupt. The thing is, it might be too slow, right? Like, you might not get Beedrill out fast enough to be able to disrupt that Arceus and that Dialga, but that's where something like Team Galactic Grunt comes in. So we'll just have to wait and see. But and then I do think that like Charizard has wills, 100%. I think Charizard might be a contender just because 150 is so damn good. Like 150 beats Arceus Dialga. Like, think about that for a second. The 150 beats Arceus Dialga. Like, the only thing that it doesn't beat in that deck is, like, what? Arceus Cape? Right? I think Arceus Cape, it doesn't beat that. And, you know, hey, that's... Yeah, that is definitely an issue that they'll have to figure out. But I think Charizard, Dredagon, Shaman is interesting. I think Charizard, Moltres, Dredagon is interesting. Like, I definitely think that there's something to that. And don't forget Iono. Don't forget Iono, right? Like, that might be able to help. Might be able to help. Wugtrio EX, 3 energies. A Pokemon is chosen at random 3 different times. For each time a Pokemon is chosen, do 50 damage to it. So, you know, the way that I look at this is it's a 1-stage attacker, or stage 1 attacker that Manaphy is going to love, right? Like, Manaphy charging a Wugtrio is going to be great, right? The question is, like, can Wugtrio sweep, right? Like, let's just assume your Manaphy gets knocked out. Can your Wugtrio finish the job and win the game from there? I mean, you could combo this with the Palkia Origin form. I mean, you could play this alongside EX Palkia. But again, like, the only reason why I think that that's doable is because, like, Arita is going to be able to heal everything that has a water energy. So, like, even if your Manaphy doesn't get knocked out, but it gets chip damaged, you're going to have to, like, Arita it, so that way it doesn't get Cyrused, and then they KO a EX for game. So, I do think, like, 100%, there's a world where Wugtrio is, like, playable. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I wouldn't, yeah, like somebody saying in the chat, I would not sleep on Wugtrio. Because again, you got to think about this. The recipe is already there for a stage 1 attacker with Manaphy. We've seen it with Gyarados. We've seen it with Abomasnow, right? And then we've seen the 4 Palkia Manaphy deck, which you just lose 2 spots because you got to play 2 more Pokemon. So I do think Wugtrio is something to play around with. And we'll build a deck towards the end of this for sure. But I do think, like, the best way to play Wugtrio, it may actually be with, like, Manaphy. It may be with, you know, something like Palkia Origin Form or Palkia EX. And you just try to prize map every game, right? You try to prize map, you know, 1 prize knockout, 1 prize knockout, and then boom, you finish with Wugtrio, right? And you have Arita to continuously extend the life of those Pokemon. And also try to protect yourself from something like a Cyrus. And, like, Wugtrio, like, if your opponent is, like, you know, like, Wugtrio is going to potentially activate stuff like Cyrus, right? Wugtrio is going to potentially one-shot things like suddenly, right? Like that your opponent didn't see coming, right? Like, oh, crap, my 150 EX is now KO'd because Wugtrio hit it 3 times. Like, dumb stuff like that is going to happen. And then the last point that I want to bring up about Wugtrio is because of how strong fighting is, it's very tough to play electric Pokemon. Okay? Like, it's very tough to play any sort of, like, electric Pokemon right now. And even though we have Pachirisu in this set, like, you got to think, dude, there's a new Hitmonchan, there's a new Hitmonlee, right? And then there's the Apex Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. There's Riolu. There's obviously the Rampardos line. There's so many things that are in the fighting toolbox that just destroy the electric type. And that should curve Wugtrio's weakness from being played. So yeah, I do think that there's definitely something to it. And, like, hey, you could definitely play Dawn, but I think that I would play stuff like Arita, like, at 2 before I would play Dawn, right? Like, I think I would probably prioritize keeping my Pokemon alive longer instead of Wombo combo, I think. But again, I haven't played a single game, so you may be very well right. But yeah, again, just to sum it up, think Wugtrio, Manaphy, you know, something else, right? That's the deck. With Arita, if you want to play Misty, then you probably play, like, Palkia EX, right? I would imagine. I don't know though. But yeah, Misty's an option for sure. Stage 1 Dragonite that only needs 3 of the same energy, and you get Water, Ramp, and Misty. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Zapdos is the only out. Yeah, and the thing about Zapdos is like Zapdos, like they're talking about the genetic apex Zapdos, because I actually was talking about this in a Discord earlier today. So we brought up the genetic apex Zapdos, and the problem with the genetic apex Zapdos is that it activates your opponent's Cyrus. Like that's the worst part about it. It's like, oh dude, no, I just did 100, right, to like no fighting weakness, but now Cyrus is active for my opponent potentially. And so like the fact that it turns on Cyrus is like the biggest issue for something like a genetic apex, just like base Zapdos, right? Not the Zapdos EX. Because you do need a electric Pokemon that doesn't just like crumble or fold to fighting types. And like the curveball is with all of this is like Marshadow still one shots Zapdos from Apex that's non-EX and one shot, right? It can still one shot it. So like it doesn't even alleviate all the problems. But yeah, so is this the frailest stage 1 EX? I mean, I want to say Starmie EX is the same stats. I want to say. By the way, thank you. I don't know who's following or subscribing. I got to wait for it to pop up. But again, appreciate you all on YouTube tuning in. Appreciate the Twitch crowd tuning in. If you haven't hit that like button, definitely helps the videos and helps more people see the content. But again, like if you have questions in the chat, definitely jump in. And I just want to remind everybody, before you update, make sure that you've purchased all your hourglasses because there's 2 sets of hourglasses, and the cheaper hourglasses rotate out as soon as you update the app. But again, big thanks for the follow. So with the Dondozo, so this is 120 HP basic, and I did pull up the Pokemon that it combos with. So you're gonna get free retreat with Dondozo if you have Tatsugiri on your bench. Okay, so like keep in mind, like this thing can have free retreat. So for 4 energy, it's going to deal 80 damage and 10 to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So think of it like a Blizzard, right? I mean, it's cool, right? It's really cool. Maybe in a 1 prize deck, you can make the argument this is better than Origin Form Palkia, maybe. But I don't know that that's true, right? Because like, granted, you know, you're dealing 110 damage with this potentially with no coin flip, versus the Origin Form Palkia, which is going to deal 60 damage and maybe 60 more with heads. So a total of 120, right? But it's all on one Pokemon. So, you know, I think there's definitely a question of like, hey, is Dondozo like an upgrade in that 4 Palkia deck, right? Maybe, but I doubt it because the 3 retreat is pretty bad. Could you play this in just like a pure 1-point water deck? Yeah, but I don't know how good that is, right? Like, I don't know how good a deck with Manaphy, Dondozo, and Tatsugiri is going to be, right? Like, you don't hit super hard, and then, like, your Pokemon are kind of glassy, right? Like, 120 HP, even though it's a basic, which that's thick, bro. That's thick, right? Arceus is still going to just, like, Dougie on it, right? So, like, you do have to kind of, like, think about that. And so, I don't know. It definitely is not something to sleep on. And hey, maybe it's just a wall, right? Maybe instead of playing Dredagon Leaf, maybe, you know, some of the people in the new meta play Tatsugiri and Dondozo. So like that way they can have a free retreater that's a wall. Maybe that's what they do. As far as like I think somebody said Dredagon, maybe, right? The fact that it does have 2 colorless types for the attack definitely helps. So, I mean, maybe. But yeah, so yeah, the new Hitmonlee is the exact same as old Hitmonchan. Yup. And let's see. The EX is good in Packy 17 Trainer XP Dawn combos. That's all I could think of. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Have y'all seen the crown card? Yes, the crown card looks crazy. Looks crazy. And I'm so mad because I just flared my Pokeballs. Like, I just flared them. So I'm low-key like, dang it. But dude, yes, I need it. I need it as well. Like, I need it. Like, SpongeBob meme, I need it, bro. Kind of assume that Dondozo would have Snorlax level HP. Is the lore that it's like really bulky? Because that would make sense. I don't know anything about those 2 cards or those 2 Pokemon. Like, I didn't play Pokemon when those came out. So this is the Pikachu EX. We've already seen this revealed, and honestly, the problem with electric types is that fighting is just so good, and it's not going to stop being good. And so what you have to think about is like, yo, if I'm going to play electric, I probably need to play one pointers. And I think that that's the main reason why this Pikachu isn't going to be very played. However, if you wanted to cook with this, Pachirisu, Dawn, and Zapdos all flow very well, right? It could definitely flow very well together. And so, there's that option. But again, like the things working against this, fighting is really good, and it's not just going to suddenly fall off a cliff. And the other thing is, if Druddigon is good, then Pachirisu is a lot worse, right? Like your Pachirisu hitting for 10 and ramping 1, it's going to take 20. And that's like, pretty bad, right? Like, sure, you're getting to ramp, but you're basically conceding that Pachirisu is going to eventually get knocked out, and now they're just going to need to knock out one of your EXs to win. So, like, that's kind of the main reason why I just don't think, like, it's not that Pikachu's, like, a bad card. It's just that, like, the stats aren't big enough, and it's just bad right now because fighting is good. We got another Electrode. And yeah, by the way, I noticed the Link Raichu resists Baby Zapdos ability for 30 bench damage. That might be a good anti-fighting lightning core. Maybe add Pachirisu for ramp. Yeah, that's a really good idea, right? The thing is space. Because if you do that, right, so you need to play Pachirisu, you need to play Arceus, and then you need to play Pikachu Raichu. That's a lot of Pokemon. And so by playing all those Pokemon, then you got to think about like, well, what am I losing out on, right? Am I losing out on supporters that would make my deck more flexible? Am I losing out on like good items and tools? Like, what am I missing out on? And then like, is it worth it for me to lose out on all that and play all these Pokemon instead of like just playing another deck? Because again, like you're just going to have a really hard time with those fighting decks. Like no matter what. It's just going to be a difficult climb. And I know that it's weird to say like, oh man, you shouldn't play a deck because it's got a weakness. Like every deck has a weakness. But like the fighting deck weakness is really noticeable because they're one pointers that are knocking out your EXs in one shot. And like that's the problem. Let's talk about Electrode. So we got another Electrode, and I think this Electrode is probably the worst. 90 HP, stage 1, 2 energy attack, 50 damage. Flip a coin. If heads, it does 30 more. I think that there's just better Electrodes to play, right? Like I think, and I'll try to pull these up, but yeah, I think the other Electrodes are just better, right? Like sure, this one has 90 HP, but I can either play a free retreater or I can play 80 HP that does 50 for 1, and it's the same retreat. Like I'm just exchanging a 1 energy attack for 10 more HP. So I think that this is probably the worst Electrode that we've had so far. Personally, I don't know. What do you guys think? Worst Electrode? I don't know. But let's talk about this Pachirisu since we've been talking about electric types. So let me catch up with chat. Dawn is very bulky in game. Okay, that makes sense. Tinkaton art is awesome. Yes, it is. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Let's see. Tatsugiri having 70 HP is also cursed for the opposite reason since it's so frail. Yup. A lot of people saying 5 or 6 mons to not brick, but we only got 20 slots. I mean, yeah. Was really hoping for something like the Fire Tauros for electric type so Packy could have a solid 1 prize partner. I think it does have solid 1 prize partners, but they're like not basics. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just not basics. So you know, Electivire comes to mind. Obviously, Luxray comes to mind. Manectric, Raichu. Like there's so many options with the Raichus. But like yeah, as far as like 1 prize electric types, yeah, I mean they all have to evolve, and that's kind of rough right now. So here's the Pachirisu again, 70 HP. We've already seen this. So for 1 electric energy, it deals 10, and you take an energy from your energy zone, attach it to your benched electric type Pokemon. So yeah, I mean, if you were to go into the deck builder, let me try to make this bigger so maybe you guys can see it better, because I'm looking at it on my second screen and I want to make sure you can at least see what we're looking at here. And we got time, y'all. And again, appreciate you all tuning in. Definitely hit that thumbs up if you haven't. And if you want to subscribe so you can get more content. I make a lot of Pokemon content that is like angled for like people that are trying to get better at the game, and then like for people that are like already pretty good and just trying to like, get some other perspectives and, get a look at some of the top decks that may be cooking in the background. Yeah, I mean, just looking at these electric, I guess Magnezone, right? Like Magnezone is a great one prize card. You just worry about like the consistency of getting that, right? So somebody from Twitch, is Giratina EX 18 trainer going to be a thing? I don't think so. Because like it's already pretty glassy whenever you attack with it. And then there's like no ramp that makes it come online fast enough compared to the other 18 trainer decks that are like Palkia and Articuno, right? Like if you were to ask me what's a better 18 trainer deck, and you asked me Pachirisu EX or Giratina EX, I would probably rather play Pachirisu EX. Like that's how low I kind of think of the Giratina EX deck. But again, I obviously I could be wrong. So, hey, feel free to like play it, test it, come back, tell me MVP, you're an idiot, dude. How did you get this so wrong? Again, one prize Pokemon, like they're all like evolutions, right? Like there's no, Galvantula, but it's glassy, man. It's so glassy. Yeah. I mean, I just don't really like Zapdos is like as good as it gets, dude. It's as good as it gets. Jolteon is cute, but oh man, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Chad. Yeah, so if you're looking for a one prize electric deck, it's probably gonna be like Electivire, Magnezone, or some sort of Luxray, is what I'm guessing. I don't think that there's another way to play one prizers for the electric type. Obviously, like Zapdos is definitely an option as well. But again, it's just not going to fix the issues that it has. So far, we've gone through grass, fire, water, and we're finishing up the electric types. So let's talk about another stage 2 electric Pokemon. So this is Palmot. I think somebody in the chat might have said that this is a good card. So let's talk about this card. So Palmot is 140 HP, stage 2. Okay. And also has a counterattack ability. So if this is in your active spot and it's damaged by an attack, it's going to do 20 damage to the attacking Pokemon. So think of it like Druddigon, right? As far as like when it gets attacked. And then it's for 2 energy, it's going to hit for 70. It's got free retreat. By the way, on Twitch, yes. 18 trainer Giratina definitely can be fun. But I want to tell you this. I think that there's a lot of other cards that you can have fun with that aren't like 18 trainer cards or 18 trainer decks. Like, I think that there's so many cards now in the game that you can play stuff that's like better than 18 trainer Giratina and just as fun. That's just my opinion though. Electric is in a terrible spot right now, and these new cards don't seem like they'll help it. Yeah, just because fighting is so good, like fighting is just so good. It's going to be very tough to find a 1-point deck. Luxray has no retreat cost, and being able to pull back 3 energy after losing it for an attack, I think makes up for it being a stage 2. Yeah, and that's why I'm definitely listing it as a potential partner, right? Because it's going to be hard to get the stage 2 like every game, unless like your games are just going very long or you're just like running hot. But, if you can get it consistently enough and like have the Volkner to support it and like, find another attacker to pair with Luxray, then I think you're definitely in business. Because think about it. You're going to want Pachirisu attacking and ramping, and then you're still going to have your manual 4-turn energy. So you have to figure out what Pokemon wants to use that. And, Palmot is another option outside of Luxray. It doesn't hit as hard, but you can see a lot of similarities. So it's definitely an option. And Palmot doesn't require you to play stuff like Volkner. So yeah. Stage 2 has to be super OP to be played. It makes decks so inconsistent. You're 100% right. Where the state of the game right now is that the game can get out of hand very quickly for you. Like if you're staring down a Manaphy, a Dialga, maybe a Moltres, stuff that ramps, even a Pachirisu, the game can get out of hand really quickly if you can't deal with their active Pokemon. And so you have to kind of think about that as you're deck building. And playing stage 2s typically gives you more cards that can just give you bricks. And so like that's the problem with playing a stage 2. It has to be really good. By the way, catching up with the YouTube chat. So let's see. An additional energy for a coin flip to maybe do 80. Nah, for 2 energy, I'd rather do solid 70. Let's see. No way, extra damage. I think Giratina EX install could be paired with Magnezone, would be insane energy ramp. Yeah, 1P. I think that there may be something to Giratina, Druddigon, Magnezone, right? There may be something to Giratina, Darkrai, Druddigon. There may be something to Giratina, Druddigon, Greninja. There's a lot of things that could potentially work with Giratina, but I don't think 18 trainer is like its optimal build, if that makes sense. Let's see. Would Giratina have a place in chip decks with Darkrai? Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, I just said that in a way, but I'm way behind chat. RCS 1-pointer for sure could happen. Any deck that doesn't need to attack Giratina would be really good. Yeah. With Zapdos, it's Poliwrath under a reprint. Dude, Poliwrath should have gotten counterattack. Okay, the fact that it didn't is like, or I guess it did. Machamp should have gotten it. I'm sorry, Machamp should have gotten counterattack. But yeah, Poliwrath was dope. I very much enjoyed Poliwrath, and I think it's the exact same stats except Poliwrath hits harder, but it's 3 energy. I want to say. Palmot sucks in my opinion. Poliwrath's all no play. Dang man, why you gotta hate on Poliwrath? That was like my meme deck for like the end of Apex format. Stat wise, it's very good, but it's a stage 2 and electric is kind of buns. Yeah, I agree. Hey, it is worth noting that if you play no EX format still, it could be something that's playable. Let's see what's going on. Gang King trying to catch up with chat. I like Pawnbroker. It's good with Snorlax, but not top meta. So we're to the psychic types, by the way, and we got like a whole new Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam line. So we'll talk about this real quick too. Let's see. We need evolution support so bad. Was hoping for Pokemon Breeder or Evolution Incense. Yeah, I mean, Richie, hey, the thing is, the game, like Charizard might be way too good. Cards like Beedrill might be way too good if we printed stuff like Rare Candy or Pokemon Breeder. Like that's the big problem. Evolution Incense for sure. That's for people who may not know. Evolution Incense is just search your deck for a evolution Pokemon, right? A Pokemon that's an evolution, stage 1 or stage 2. Rare Candy and Pokemon Breeder are the same thing, basically. They just skip a stage, so that way you can put down a stage 2. It's much better than Poliwrath. No retreat cost to it. Yeah, you're right. That's true. It's like it's better than Poliwrath, in a lot of ways. So Abra 1 energy deals 20. Kadabra. Yeah, dude, this Kadabra is way better than Apex Kadabra. Good call. This is the best Kadabra that we have so far. Now, I don't know how much that matters, but this is the best Kadabra that we have so far. So, let's take a look at this Alakazam. So, Alakazam, 130 HP, stage 2. For 2 energy, it does 80 damage, and this attack does 20 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has any energy attached. So that's spicy, right? Like, oh, so you're trying to build a Pokemon in the back. All right, let me just hit you for 80 and then take 20 more if your opponent has, or if your Pokemon has 20 energy on the bench. So yeah, kind of nice. Yeah, I would come back to this Pokemon for like no EX format. For open format, I mean that's tough. It's a 1-point Pokemon. The psychic type definitely messes with those fighting decks, and like, yeah, I mean you do pretty good damage to Riolu, Lucario, and all the Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan that you run into. So yeah, that's not bad, man. That's not bad. But again, 130 HP, like Arceus just says, "What up?" right? Like Arceus says, "Hello, good night, Alakazam." So like that's probably the biggest thing that you'll run into if you try to play Alakazam, right? Arceus Dialga matchup might be really bad, and considering it's one of the strongest decks in the game before this set comes out, might be a little tricky. I just saw that Twitch got an ad, so give me 1 second. Let me make sure that these get through. So that way people aren't missing too much. My burritos are getting cold and a little dry. Uh-oh. Okay. About 10 seconds away. About 10 seconds away. We're halfway. Well, we're more than halfway there. Oh, no. Now YouTube is getting an ad. Dude, what? Oh, I can skip it. Okay. I skipped it. Perfect. Okay. Twitch, you didn't miss anything. YouTube, you should be able to get through the ad. Okay, so let's continue. So yeah, Alakazam, definitely something that's interesting. I would put a pin on it and come back to it. Would be fun to cook with, but again, I just wonder how you deal with like Arceus Dialga. Like that's my biggest issue, because it's not like it one-shots it, and even with the 20 damage, it's not like you can Cyrus and then kill it, right? So that's tough. Let's see, Gimmighoul. I forgot what it does. We'll talk about it when we get to it though. With how fast the game is, I think it's fair. Stage 2s get 1 energy attacks while building up. Yeah, for sure. But 2 energy for 80 is good. Yeah, it's decent. It's decent. It's just, again, against like other top EX decks, I think it might be not able to do as much damage as you want. I wonder if Iono will help stage 2s break into meta. Well, maybe. Iono for sure. Yeah, Iono seems really good. I think Iono has like merit and some decks depending on how you build them. We'll talk about that though. So 90 HP Mr. Mime. For 2 energy, you flip 4 coins. It does 20 for each head. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, right? Like to me, this Mr. Mime is hilarious. I mean, not really much to talk about with this card, right? It's not breaking the game. So this is Drifloon, 20 damage for 1 energy, 60 HP. This is Drifloon, so 90 HP, 40 damage, free retreat. Hey, free retreat. So I do think that, you know, there's a chance that people, like you're probably going to see this card in like the solo mission battles. So yeah, you might hate it. You might hate it. All right, here we are. Let's talk about it. Here's the Giratina. We've seen this for a few days now, so let's talk about this Giratina. So first of all, if you don't know, the ability is it ramps itself. So once during your turn, you take a psychic energy from your zone and attach it to this Pokemon. And if you do, it ends your turn. Okay? So in other words, if you go first, you can ramp this thing. Okay? So there's a couple things that I want to talk to you about. Okay? So let's kind of talk about this. And I'll pull this up. Oh, geez, that picture of Giratina is horrendous now that we have the full res. So let's talk about our boy from Genetic Apex, Mewtwo. Okay, so can you make Mewtwo and Giratina work? I was talking about this in a Discord earlier. And let's take Gardevoir out of the picture. I know, that's nuts, right? So here's another way to think about Giratina and Mewtwo. Let's just say that you go first, okay? So you go first, right? And you have Mewtwo and Giratina. If you use Giratina's ability going first, you get 1 energy on it, okay? So it's got 1 energy. Then next turn passes and you attach an energy from your zone to Mewtwo and you use Giratina's effect again. Okay, so at this point, it's turn 3 of the game, right? You went first, opponent went second, right? And then it came back to you on your 3rd turn. Okay. So now you have 2 energy on your Giratina and 1 energy on your Mewtwo. Okay. So next turn, your opponent attacks you. Your Mewtwo takes damage probably. Okay. Most likely, unless they're playing something weird where they're just ramping. But a lot of the time on turn 4 of the game, remember, you went first turn 1. So turn 1 was you, turn 2 was your opponent, turn 3 was you, turn 4 is your opponent. So your Mewtwo's probably taking damage right here. Okay. So then you go ahead and get to your turn. So turn 5 of the game. So now you have 2 energy on your Giratina and 1 on your Mewtwo. So you could, in theory, go attach to your Mewtwo, right? And then hit for 50. Okay. So you've hit them for 50 now. Now, your opponent does whatever, comes back to you. So we're on what? Turn 1, turn 3, turn 5. Now we're on what? Turn 7? Okay. So now your Mewtwo has 2 energy, your Giratina has 2 energy. So in theory, you could go ahead and attach for turn onto your Mewtwo and then use Dawn, right? So you could use Dawn, right? So again, like turn 1, no energy on your Mewtwo. Turn 3, 1 energy. Turn 5, 2 energy, attack for 50. Turn 7, Dawn, Mewtwo hits for 150. Okay. Then on turn 9, right, you can use another Dawn and attach for your turn and move your last energy from Giratina to Mewtwo and hit for another 150. So like there's a world where you could play Giratina Mewtwo and, by turn 9, you've dealt 50, 150, and another 150. So that's 350 damage, right? The question is, 1, is that good enough? And then 2, how do you help your Mewtwo stay alive that long, right? Because like you're basically skipping playing Gardevoir for playing Giratina and Dawn. That's basically, so you're taking bricks out of your deck to play Dawn and Giratina. And like obviously you're not always going to have double Dawn follow up, right? Like it's the same thing that Infernape ran into. But that's the way that you could play Giratina with Mewtwo. Okay? So there's that. So some people in the chat, Giratina needs to be paired with higher energy cost Pokemon. Not good with 1 energy attacker. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can use Dawn. It ramps turn 1. Turn 3, this would be online. Put a Rocky Helmet. Yup. So 2 Drud, 2 Mewtwo, 2 Giratina, 2 Dawn. Yes, that's definitely a way that you could do it. So yeah, I mean, like, hey, there's for sure like a way that you could play this, but I don't know that it's very good. Like that's the problem. And again, like it's so dependent on Dawn and it's dependent on having Giratina and Mewtwo very early. So yeah. But again, yeah, and you could play Mars. So there's a way that you could play Giratina Mewtwo without Gardevoir. Okay, because Gardevoir is going to add more bricks. That's the thing you have to remember. Okay. And then like, so this opens the door. So do you want to play stuff like Mew, right? Do you want to play Mewtwo or Mew EX and Mewtwo along with Giratina? So that way you have a toolbox card, right? So think of the same scenario that I just talked about. So you go first, turn 1, Giratina. Turn 3, attach to Mew, right? Use Giratina's ability. So you have 3 energy on board. Okay. On turn 5 of the game, you could be using Mew EX, right? I'll put this card in here. You could be using Mew EX genome hacking if you have Dawn. So you Dawn the 3rd energy to your Mew EX, right? This is turn 5 of the game. You went first, and you're using genome hacking. Okay. So again, like there are moments where Giratina Dawn essentially does what Gardevoir does. And like that's something to think about if you want to play with Giratina. Okay. So that's one way you could play Giratina. Obviously Druddigon, Magnezone, Greninja, Darkrai. These are all cards that you can play potentially with Giratina. So I don't know like what the best partners are, but I'm just giving you ideas and giving you things that like you could play with, right? So there's just different ways that you could play it. And the thing is, you're not if you play the Mew version, you're attacking faster, but you're hoping that your opponent has a good attack in the active, right? Um and then like if you play Psychic Energy with Mew EX and Giratina, you also will be able to fight back against those fighting decks that are very early tempo decks, right? Again, like with, for example, like going into Arceus Dialga, like that's kind of a problem, right? What are you gonna copy the Arceus attack, or are you gonna copy like the 100 damage, right? That Dialga does. So like that gets a little iffy, right? And then there's also Shaman, to keep your Pokemon alive longer, right? So there's a lot of tools for all of these cards, and for Giratina in particular. Okay, but yeah, a lot of stuff can work, and it's just up to you to figure out what you want to try to fool around with, right? The trade-offs. Greninja, you're gonna brick. You're not gonna find Greninja sometimes. Magnezone, Magnezone, it's pretty good, but now you're playing two pretty slow attackers, so you probably want to play Druddigon and that hope that Druddigon survives. And again, like if you do that, what about your Manaphy matchup? What about what about Manaphy, Dialga, and Pachirisu? How do you deal with those cards, right? If you want to play Mewtwo and Mew, or either one of them, you probably want to play stuff like Shaman or stuff like Druddigon. So there's different combinations that you can play with Giratina, and I'm gonna save this as Giratina Partners. So I hope that like this is just giving you guys some different things to like cook with, and we're gonna delete some of these decks so that way we have room. But so far, what do y'all think? What do you guys think about that? Is there anything in that list of partners that you all liked? Let me know. I want to know. So just kind of running back through these decks, and then we'll get to some of the other new cards. And let me catch up with chat as well. Oh, this is yeah. We'll keep that around. Yeah, this deck, no. So we'll come back to this. But anyways, so we've got Giratina Partners. We'll cook with that. Okay, so now the last psychic card is Gimmighoul. And it does evolve, so we'll talk about the evolution here in just a second. I'll pull that up next, actually. So one colorless, flip a coin if has during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. So it can be poisoned, but I believe it's actually going to still ramp, right? So if Manaphy attacks your Gimmighoul, it's still going to ramp. Excuse me. So let's see. Has anyone seen the rates for the shiny cards? No, I have not. No new ways to one-shot Manaphy makes me sad. Yeah, for some decks, for sure. Very tough. Very tough. You mean the Bidoof technology? Oh, crap. My bad. Yo, Wizzy, appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate you so much. You're awesome. Appreciate that. And we definitely will try to keep a lid on the secret spice. I haven't checked Discord, so I know that the last time I saw you'd sent me a message, but I hadn't got a chance to read it yet. Yeah, less bricky Magnezone for sure. I think Giratina is the most fun card to cook with. A lot of potential decks for sure, dude. Yeah. Again, it's really cool to think about like the different things you could pair with it. The Lake Trio might pair well with Giratina. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. Let me scroll down and get the Gimmighoul evolution. So this is the stage 1 of Gimmighoul. So this is, dude, I'm gonna butcher this. Goldingo, okay. Steel type, 3 energy attacker for 1 metal energy and 2 colorless. It's gonna deal 50 damage. You're gonna flip a coin for each metal energy or steel energy. This does 50 damage for each heads. So if it has 3 metal energies on it, it's gonna flip 3 coins. It's probably, I don't think it's very good. But hey, I mean, you could play a 1-point deck with it, you know. But I'm not in any rush to play Galingo. Yeah, that's just me. That's just me. So we did get a new Machop line. Godingo was my favorite in the VGC. I have no idea anything about it. I saw it, I think, in Pokemon Go, but that's it. So Machop. So is this Machop an upgrade? String cheese, man. That's hilarious. Celebi, Dialga, worse Celebi. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this Machop has 10 less HP, but it has 1 less retreat cost. So, hey, for the Machamp enjoyers, might be an upgrade. Machoke. This reminds me of the is that the same? No, it's not the exact same. It's very similar to the original like base set art, isn't it? Opening with Dialga would be 2 prize plus 1 prize. Yeah. Yeah. 1-point Machamp. Godingo needs a 1 prize Ramper. I mean, you could use Manaphy, but it won't get the extra bonus, and it's just going to be wildly inconsistent. Yeah. So this Machoke, 100 HP compared to 100 HP. They both attack for 20 damage, or for 2 energy, and they both have 2 retreat. So let's check out the attack. So the attack is 30 damage, plus if you flip a coin of heads, it does 30 more damage. So you probably just want to take the 50 damage. So you probably play Apex Machoke. So there's an argument, Shining Revelry Machop is better, but Genetic Apex Machoke may be worse. Or excuse me, Genetic Apex Machoke might be the play for the Machamp line. As far as the 1 prize Machamp, first of all, awesome art. I love Machamp. 150 HP, 2 energy attack. So that's pretty nice because the other Machamps we've seen have been all 3 energy attacks, right? So for 2 energy, it's going to deal 70 damage. If this has at least 2 fighting energies attached, not 2 more. If it just has at least, or excuse me, yeah, it says, my bad. Let me backtrack. If it has at least 2 extra fighting energies attached, this does 50 more damage. So you need 4 energies on it to do 120. So, you know, it's an alternative. You can attack faster with it. And like in theory, if you attack with this for 2 turns, it's going to deal 140 damage, right? If you attack with the other Machamp, it's going to do 100 damage in the same amount of time, right? Assuming, like, you know, you only have 2 energies on it, right? So, like, when this Machamp from Shining Revelry gets the 2nd energy and attacks, it's going to deal 70. When the Genetic Apex Machamp gets its 2nd energy, you're not doing anything. And then on the 3rd energy, you're doing 100 compared to this Machamp from Shining Revelry that by then would have done 140, right? Then by the time it gets to that 2nd attack for the Genetic Apex, it's doing 100. So you're doing 200 damage, right? But by then, with this Machamp, if you kept attaching energy, you're doing 120 plus the 140. So you're doing a total of 260 versus a total of 200. So like you can make an argument that this Machamp is an upgrade. You know, and if it has that 2 extra energy, like somebody just mentioned, it could one-shot the Arceus. So that's definitely something to think about. But again, like, I don't know that Machamp is your answer for Arceus decks. It just might be a deck that you play for fun, right? So probably not like breaking any metas. Just need 1 energy Machoke so you can play it going first. Huh. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. If we did get that would definitely help, right? The two energies Machokes like make it to where you can't do that. So this is the Hitmonlee people were talking about earlier in the YouTube chat, where it's a direct clone of Hitmonchan. So Hitmonlee deals 30 damage, and like realistically, if you're gonna play like if you're gonna play Hitmonlee from the new set, you might as well just play Hitmonchan, right? And then play the Apex Stretch Kick Hitmonlee. That's probably the move, right? Unless you just want to go full beat down, 80 HP basics with like Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, then sure, like knock yourself out, right? Pun intended. So you got the Lucario and the Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. So you're dealing like 50 damage for 1 energy. Like that's definitely something that you could play around with. I don't know that it's very good. Don't know that it's very good. The new Hitmonchan is just 3 energy, 90 damage. So like probably not going to see very much play. Like I don't know why you would play this card. Like somebody mentioned in the YouTube chat, yeah, there's no energy ramp, right? So like you have no way to ramp this thing. It's just gonna take a long time to get going. So this is probably like a card that you're probably not gonna play very much, like if at all. I would venture to say a lot of players will probably never play that Hitmonlee, right? Probably not, or that Hitmonchan, excuse me. This is the new Riolu. You'll notice that it does have a 2 energy attack. So now it can attack for 40 damage with 2 energy, and that allows it to curve a little bit easier into Lucario EX. I think it's also worth noting that this Riolu has 10 more HP, if I remember right. Let me pull up the side-by-sides. Yeah, oops. Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, so 10 more HP, but it does have like a more expensive attack. And it does more damage. So take that for what you will. Let's talk about Lucario. So I don't know that Lucario is any good. I think that at best you're playing like a 2 base Lucario and then maybe like a 1 EX Lucario. Like if you're playing fighting decks, like you could get away with that. That way you can make sure that you're evolving your Lucario and like getting it out on the board. But as far as like, Lucario in general, I just think that it's probably not a very good EX. Yeah. You know what I mean? So you're probably just not using this like completely around. Yo, take it easy, Pokemon Zone. Appreciate you. And again, like I think Lucario EX is just a little too slow and it doesn't hit hard enough. So it's going to be tough, but I do think that there's a potential for you to play a 2-3 lineup of Riolu and Lucario. And you could get away with it and like definitely win some games. Because, people might not see that Lucario EX coming down until boom, it comes down and all of a sudden, it's doing some big damage. So again, I think a lot of room for maybe a 2-3 Lucario lineup, but outside of that, I'm not necessarily loving it. I wouldn't say it's like the worst EX, but it's like definitely not like great. Flamigo is my amigo. Okay, love the aesthetic of this card. I've never seen this Pokemon until today, at all. But 80 HP, 2 energy to attack. Flip a coin. If heads, it does 50, or flip 2 coins, 50 damage for each heads. So this card is probably never going to see competitive play, but it is cool as heck, dude. Okay? Cool as heck. Somebody said Pokeflute Cyrus could work with Lucario. For sure. But like, you could just play Hitmonlee, right? You could just play Hitmonlee and tech the Pokeflute and get just as good a value. Same thing with Vaporeon and Glaceon. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Flamigo. I'm going to have to meme with this. But, dude, still games? Oh, my God. Yes, if you're going to just flip all the heads, yes. Okay, so we're getting to the last few types, and we've got a new Ekans and a new Arbok. So we're on the dark types now. And again, I just want to take a second to give you guys a shout out. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. I know it's late in the United States, but I know in other parts of the world, y'all are getting this news in real time as well. So I hope that these card reviews have been a little helpful or at least entertaining. And let me know if there's any cards that we've gone over that you maybe missed and want to hear about. And I'll try to summarize that real quickly. But going into the Ekans, I wouldn't play that Ekans. And then the Arbok, yeah, I'm not playing this Arbok either. I mean, these are just cards that I wouldn't play, right? I would just play Genetic Apex, Ekans, and Arbok. So I don't want to waste your time. So Paldean Whooper is something that I think is decent. The problem is Arceus exists, right? Like, because Arceus exists, there's like the moment that you get paired into an Arceus deck, you're just like hating life. You're like, oh, wow, so my deck kind of doesn't do anything against Arceus. Okay. All right. Well, that's that, you know? And so I think in a lot of times, these like Paldean Clodsire, Paldean Whooper, I think it's just going to auto lose to Arceus Dialga. And like Arceus Dialga is like probably not going anywhere. So like that's the big problem with this card. And then, yeah, somebody just mentioned, you know, Pokemon Center Lady exists now, right? Dude, I think we've called her 17 different names. We've called her Pokemon Nurse. We've called it Pokemon Center. We've called it Pokemon Center Lady. But now that that card exists, yeah, it's going to get rid of status conditions, right? And so like that does make this a card slightly worse. But, by the way, thank you for the follow. But it does kind of like do a cool job of poisoning, right? Like if you didn't have those things to worry about, Paldean Whooper and Paldean Clodsire, pretty decent, right? For 1 energy, 10 damage, and you're poisoned. Little glassy, right? 50 HP is a little glassy. But when you get to the stage 1, okay, Venoshock, now I'm dealing 120 and you're still poisoned, right? So, you know, that's 130 damage in some cases, right? And I think that gives an idea that, hey, maybe, you know, Clodsire could have a role, but you just are gonna like have such a hard time with Arceus, and Arceus is just like not going anywhere anytime soon. So I do think that even though these are good cards, it's just you got to find a way to figure out how to beat Arceus, right? So how do you handle Arceus? Because you're gonna have to figure out a way to beat it. You know, if I'm a Dialga player and I see that I'm sitting across from Paldean Clodsire and Paldean Whooper, I'm definitely like just trying to find my Arceus ASAP, right? I might not even put my Dialga down. Like, you know, I might not put it down until like I need to finish off this Clodsire. So yeah, that's kind of the issue. Somebody said check out the promo Ekans. We'll definitely get to that for show. Let's see, or somebody in Twitch chat said that. As a Wheezing Koga enjoyer, Paldean Clodsire was something I was excited for. Yeah, I think they're good poison cards. I think that they're good like individual cards. It just sucks because Arceus exists and now they printed a supporter that also gets rid of special conditions. So, you know, like that's a little bit of a problem. Let's see. Oh yeah. We'll talk about that. I don't know how to say that Pokemon. I don't know how to say that Pokemon's name. You guys are going to make so much fun of me when I get to that. All right. So Spiritomb is 80 HP basic, 1 dark energy, confuse rate, 20 damage, flip a coin if hedge your opponent's Pokemon is confused. I mean, just, you know, it's probably not going to see very much play, but it's definitely an option. I don't think that I'm going to spend too much time on that. Shroodle, basic, 60 HP, 1 energy, 20 damage, dark type. But it evolves into Grafafai. How do you say that? I'm going to call it Graph. All right, so you evolve into Graph. Grafai. What the heck, dude? Okay. So Graph is a 90 HP stage 1. And think of it as like a poison Hypno. Okay. So this Pokemon is better than Hypno because it has 1 retreat cost and Hypno has 2. And the attack is, I think it's about the same. Actually, I think the Hypno attack, the Hypno attack is worse because it's 3 energy. So like this is basically a poison version of Hypno and it's probably better, right? So like the thing is Grafafai. Hey, that works. But anyway, so Graph is a decent card, that like, yes, you can win games with Graph and Pouty and Clodsire. But the problem is going to be Arceus and Pokemon Center Lady, right? Like those are going to be the main problems. But for sure, if you want to play a deck that's similar to, like Weezing Koga, very similar. And I just saw that Twitch got an ad, so I'm going to pause for a second before I go on too far. It should be done in about 20 seconds. But again, big shout out to y'all for tuning in. Very happy that we got to see the entire set. I'm not going to lie, I was a little nervous we would see Rare Candy. I was a little nervous we'd see Rare Candy. Yeah, it is definitely a little weak. All right, hey, Twitch, don't worry. I paused for a little bit. And keep in mind, Twitch, I'm going to keep doing that. So don't worry. If you see an ad, you're never missing anything. I will pause. I got you. Okay, I got you, fam. All right, so this is the Tinkatink Basic and 60 HP, 1 metal energy for 20 damage. I just want to shout out to Raven. He said that he was going to 1v1 me with Tinkaton EX versus Bidoof and Babarrel, and I just want to tell him he's going to get cooked, okay? He's going to get cooked, okay? Babarrel is going to cook Tinkaton EX, and he just doesn't know it yet, all right? I'm just telling you, just keeping it real, all right? Babarrel, Bidoof, Manaphy, we're going to be cooking. And it's not even going to be close, okay? I wouldn't be surprised if we played best out of 3 and I won 2-0 with Babarrel. Okay, it's that good. That's what I'm saying. All right, I'll leave it at that. All right, so Tinkatink evolves into Tinkatuff. 90 HP basic, or 90 HP stage 1, 2 energy, does 30 damage, flip a coin if heads, 30 more. It's got 2 retreat cost. So, I mean, just kind of like decent, middle of the run, right? Stage 1. And then here's Tinkaton EX, which, by the way, somebody pointed out in YouTube. The full art for this is fantastic, right? We'll talk about that here in a second. But 170 HP, 3 energies, 80 damage, flip a coin if heads, it does 80 more. Like the attack isn't terrible, but like obviously it's like not great. You know what I mean? Like if you're flipping heads, that's fantastic. If you're not flipping heads, you're on a clock, and this is going to give up 2 points. And then you have to worry about like, what are you using to ramp this if you're ramping? And it's just like the payoff for playing this stage 2 isn't tremendous. It does obviously work with stuff like Adaman. That's decent. But again, I just don't think that like that's that good, right? Have I talked about Team Rocket yet? Have not gotten to the supporters yet. We're just about through the Pokemon, and then we'll get to the supporters. Faux show. But yeah, I mean, this card is just like, in my opinion, there's better steel types to play with Dialga to ramp. So I probably wouldn't be playing this. I don't think it's very good off the bat, right? But hey, that's why we play the game. Oh, shoot. Sweep Raven's ass with Bidoof. Wizzy, you're the man, dude. Appreciate you. There was an Ultra Ball jump scare at the initial leak, but apparently it's just a Crown Pokeball. Yeah, for sure. We'll get an evolution search someday, surely. Yeah, for sure. At least we got Iono. Yeah. Okay, so we've already talked about almost every steel type. We've still got Varoom and Reveroom. So Varoom, basic steel type, 1 energy, 10 damage, 70 HP. Okay. It evolves into Reveroom. Okay. 110 HP, stage 1, 3 energies, does 70 damage. Flip a coin. If heads, during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects to this Pokemon from happening. So, you do have that. I mean, for 1 more energy, you just can play Melmetal. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you queue a game and lose to Reveroom, your deck probably just let you down. That's probably what I'd say. The trainers are pretty fire. Yeah, the trainers are pretty good. So we got a new Rattata, not going to talk about it. A new Raticate, not going to talk about it. A new Jigglypuff, that's 60 HP, 20 damage for 1 energy. Obviously, if you don't have the promo that puts things to sleep, maybe it's better. Maybe it's a good alternative. But let's talk about this Wigglytuff. So Wigglytuff, stage 1, basic, or stage 1, 100 HP. During your turn, you may heal 20 damage from your active Pokemon. So it's not like Shaman where it heals all of your Pokemon with damage, but it's going to heal your active, and it's going to deal 50 damage for 2 energy, and it's colorless. So, like, if you need to attack with this in a pinch, you'll be able to. But I don't think Revelry is big disappointment on Wills. That's hilarious. And yeah, it's like an alternative Marowak, right? Like it at least it does guaranteed 80, right? But it also like stage 1 versus stage 2, yeah. So this Wigglytuff is interesting, but I think that I'd rather just play Shaman because like you're saving deck space and you don't add extra bricks to your deck. So I think I'd rather play Shaman. And the other thing that I look at with this card is that it's got 2 retreat cost. So for me personally, I would rather just play Shaman personally, right? But again, it's cute, it's funny looking, and hey, you know, sure, maybe you could throw it in as a replacement for Shaman and like still get good value out of it. But again, I just look at the 2 retreat costs. I look at the fact that I could play Shaman for 1 card slot instead of 2 and still get, you know, good healing, right? But again, you guys are right in the chat, like, yo, this could work with Dialga. This could work with Shaman, Potion, Arita, and Nurse Lady, you know? Could definitely work with that. But I wonder, like, how do you fit it in? Is it adding too many bricks? And then, like, ultimately, like, what are you winning with? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things. I'm not going to, like, completely brush it off, but right now I think I'd rather play Shaman, personally. Yes, just play all the hill, dude. Play Venusaur, Butterfree, Shaman, Erica, Arita. Just play all the hill. Literally, just play a deck that's immortal. That's the way to do it. Play an immortal dot deck. All right, Lickitung. We got a new Lickitung. This Lickitung, it kind of reminds me of the one that we saw, I think, in Genetic Apex. So let's see. Yeah. So the Genetic Apex. Oh, no. Okay. So it reminds me of the one from Mythical Island. So I believe this is Mythical Island because they both have 2 retreat costs, but one attacks for 2 energy. So this is probably the Lickitung. If I was going to play Lickitung, I'd probably play this one because it has 2 retreat and it attacks for 2 energy. So this is probably the Lickitung that I would play if I was going to play Licky, right? And we got a new Licky. So you could play a lineup of 2 Licky EX and 2 Licky if you really wanted to. Somebody on Twitch, you could basically heal it for 100 through in 1 turn. That's true. I mean, you can't deny that. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of heal. Licky. Yeah. 2 potions, Arita, and its ability if you have Cape. Yeah. I mean, again, you're just giving up a lot of deck spaces. And I just wonder if like Shaman just doesn't do the same thing, right? Licky, 130 HP, 3 energy, rollout does 70. So probably like not really going to see play. Probably just not very good. New Bidoof. Breaking news. New Bidoof. Unfortunately, the other Bidoof is just better, in my opinion. I will be playing the other Bidoof in my showdown against Raven, and he will not know what hit him, okay? Run and tell him that, all right? But, yeah, this Bidoof, 70 HP, 2 retreat cost, 2 energy, 2 attack, 30 damage. I'd rather play the other Bidoof. But Barrel EX is like a miniature Venusaur, right? You can still so many unnecessary filler. Yes, dude, I hear you. So Barrel, like, to me, is like a alternative to Venusaur, right? It reminds me of Venusaur in the sense that like it heals itself, and now Barrel can have another healing card with Nurse Joy. And like to me, that makes it a little bit more interesting because I can play Arita, I can play Manaphy, and I can play Nurse Joy to heal my Barrel EX. So when you talk about a lot of heal, Twitch chat, when you talk about having a lot of heal, I think that Barrel EX gives you some good options with heal. The problem is you're going to need to play Manaphy. And you're probably going to need to play Giant Cape, right? So you're playing Manaphy, Giant Cape, and Shaman. I think that was the deck that I had came up with so far. Okay, that's my old Bidoof deck. Return of Bidoof. Yeah, there it is. So this was my original or like my first brainstorm version of Bidoof with the barrel. So you probably cut that. And you probably find a way to play. Oh, it's not Nurse. What is it then? What is the new supporter called? Pokemon Center Lady. Okay. So like something like this is probably what I'm going to look at playing. So, you know, hey, we'll see when we get there, but this is probably like the deck that I'll play when I play Raven with Bidoof and Babarrel. But again, like, hey, I'm just, who cares about Babarrel? I know you guys don't care. You guys want to get to the good stuff. You want to get to the trainers. So let's get to it. Okay, so the last cards that we'll talk about, we got Lopunny. I won't talk about the Baneri. It's just there. Lopunny, 100 HP, stage 1, 30 damage for 1 energy. So like decent, right? Not terrible, but just like not game breaking. Cyclizar is pretty cool, honestly. 80 HP, basic. For 1 energy, does 20 during your next turn. The attack does 20 plus 20 damage. I think it's always going to do 40 on that second attack, though. I don't think you can ramp it up to like 60 and so on. Yeah, Nurse Joy is anime name, yeah. I should have just named it Nurse Joy. I agree. I think you can cut a leaf down to 1 for other needed trainers. Yeah, I mean, I could for sure, right? I think the thing that I was worried about is opening Bidoof and not being able to pivot out of the active into Manaphy, right? Like that's the thing that I'm scared of, because I've played the deck before, and like when that happens, you just feel so bad. Yeah. So Cyclizar, cool card, maybe a tech, maybe a card that you play over something like a Farfetch'd, but again, it's probably there's some interesting trade-offs, right? It's a decent like tempo card. It may actually see some play in some decks. I could see that happening. So let's get to Pokemon Center Lady. So this is going to heal 30 damage from one of your Pokemon, and it recovers from all special conditions. So this card is like a generic healing card. And you'll notice like Erica healed the most, Arita healed the second most, right? And then now Pokemon Center healing the least. But it is international, right? It affects everything. So 18 trainers just got another healing card. And the healing card also happens to get rid of special conditions. So 18 trainer decks got better. That's the scary part. The cool part is that this card can fit into a lot of decks that maybe play like squishy Pokemon. You know what I'm saying? So cool card. I do wonder, like, do you really have room for it in a Leafeon deck, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're already playing Arita and Erica. Like, do you really have room for Pokemon Center? So that's my question. Goldingo is going to be a sleeper hit. I'm ready for it. But yeah, I mean, again, it's tough. The fact that this is going to help 18 trainer decks is just going to be like, man, dude, that's tough, right? And like the counter to those decks is like, hey, we do have red, so red is going to definitely help. But yeah, Nurse Joy is an anime only thing, apparently. So I didn't know that. All right, let's get to, speaking of red, here's red. So red, during this turn, attacks used by your Pokemon do 20 plus damage to your opponent's active Pokemon EX. This card is going to fit very well into like fighting decks. And there's a little bit of interest with this card in, like, I don't know if you guys saw my other video. I just released it like, I don't know, 7-8 hours ago. But basically they had an in real life event at a regional where Pokemon Pocket, you played 2 decks and you wrote your Pokemon down and you showed your opponent before the game, and then, you played the games. So it's like 2-deck format, and that was at an official Pokemon event, which is awesome. So Pokemon Pocket may be coming to regionals around the world. The issue is that Red is a card that helps 18 trainer decks, and it also helps fight against them. So like it's a double-edged sword. But this card may be very good in the format that regionals was, where people got to play with Pokemon Pocket cards. So, I'm definitely on alert for Red. And if you're playing a one-prize deck, you're packing at least one Red, for sure. For sure. So we'll see how the EX decks can handle Red, but I think it's a very good card. All right, this is the card that a lot of people have been waiting for, Team Rocket Grunt. So, Red, Lucario, Sudowoodo into Arceus EX. Arceus EX is cooked. So, Team Rocket Grunt, very interesting. And Red is going to help Arceus deal 150, which in the mirror is gigantic, right? Could probably put this in a Skarm and Heatran deck. Yeah, I think you were talking about the cycle card, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Sudowoodo, Lucario, and Red into weakness. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Beedrill deck's gonna go crazy. I think Beedrill's pretty interesting. I gotta admit, I'm a little excited about Charizard. So Team Rocket Grunt, supporter, right? Flip a coin until you get tails for each heads. Discard a random energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. So keep in mind, it's verse active. It's verse the active. So you can't touch the bench. So like somebody in the YouTube chat is mentioning, against Druddigon, this card is like not very good. And you have to ask yourself, is my deck better playing Red or Mars or a Pokemon Tool or another Sabrina or Cyrus instead of playing cards like Team Rocket Grunt? That's what you have to ask yourself, okay? The other side of this card is, if you're going to play something like Beedrill, does Team Rocket Grunt really change much? Does it make your strategy better? And I think the answer in a lot of cases is, you should probably play Team Rocket Grunt with Beedrill. I think that's the case. Because it could set your opponent back a turn from attacking and save damage on your Pokemon. So like that's the other way to think about this card. If you hit heads and you slow your opponent from attacking you, that could maybe make your Pokemon even better, right? So typically in the trading card game, on paper, if this is an item card, it's going to be played in a lot of decks. But because it's a supporter, it's a little bit more tricky. So Team Rocket Grunt, again, you have to ask yourself, am I better off making my deck have more tech cards that can help me win the game? Or should I risk it and use a spot to play Team Rocket Grunt? That's what you have to think about. Overall, I do think the card is strong, though. Like, the card is going to win games, for sure. So that's it. But hey, I got to tell you, Rise, I think it'll be used, for sure. I think it'll definitely be used. It's just going to be, in the decks that it's good in, it's going to be really good. If you guys take a look at the arts are incredible. I mean, they do really, really awesome stuff with the art. I mean, all of this stuff just looks fantastic. If you haven't done it so far, head to Pokemon Zone. Definitely check out the art. I imagine the Moltres into Charizard EX decks and the Serebii EX decks sweating when a Team Rocket Grunt flips 2 or more heads. Yeah, for sure. When does the set come out? So the set will come out in about 24 hours. I think about 23 hours technically. Yeah. So yeah, we got about 23 hours. Did I skip Iono? I did. So I do think Iono has potential if you're playing like fossil decks, and if you're playing Pokemon tools, potentially alongside Chateau. So basically, you use your hand, whatever, blah blah blah. You go off, right? Put your fossils down, put your tools down, and then Chateau, attack, right? So you refill your hand, and now you have the ability to use Iono if you draw it, right? And you can like find another hand. But I think Chateau and Iono could definitely work. The other way that I think Iono could work is definitely in stage 2 decks, right? You can definitely envision Iono being played in stage 2 decks over something like a Professor's Research. The correct way, you might be better off playing Research, like one Research and one Iono. Does that make sense? Like you might just be better off playing 2, right? Like 1 and 1, like playing 2, like one of each. The other thing that I would look at is like with Iono, can you slide this into those Rampardos decks? If you saw my video with the first place finisher from the most recent Ursi Day tournament, that was one of the things that they wanted to try. They wanted to take out Pokemon Comms for one Iono. And I think that's possible. But again, I think Chateau and Iono could work. I think Chateau, Fossils, Iono, something like that, like tools, right? And then I do think stage 2 decks can potentially get some value out of Iono. And you're still playing, you're still playing Professor's Research, like no doubt. But I do think like there's a possibility to play Iono alongside those cards. And again, one Iono, one Pokemon Communication, I think that's potentially very solid. Very solid. The negatives on this card are like it's a -1. You're always losing a card whenever you play this, right? So you have one less card to work with. And the flip side of this is you're kind of hoping that your opponent doesn't get like a significantly better hand and then win the game from there. I envision a lot of the times that you play with Iono, you try to win that turn, or you try to swing the game so hard that now you're just in control of the game. So there's a couple of ways to look at it, right? So again, if you're using Iono, hopefully you're winning right away, or hopefully you're going so far in front of the game and like in control of the game that no matter what your opponent draws, it doesn't matter. Okay. So I think that's kind of the way that I look at it, and yeah, like Pokemon Communication is 100% a -1. And like, I think that's actually kind of a reason why like some of the decks that you see playing Pokemon Comms, they're not playing 2. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't have room. And then also they're like, man, if this card wasn't like a -2 or a -1, then like, yeah, I would definitely play 2 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, but again, just like the inherent -1 over a span of a game, it definitely kind of like can matter. People have mentioned stuff like Meowth and Iono. That could work, right? Sigilif and Iono, sure. But again, like you do kind of like have to make sure that you're remembering like, dude, I'm going to have one less resource to work with and my supporter for turn is done. Whereas like with research, with communication, I can use research as well as, Pokemon Comms in the same turn and be like even in cards. So, that's something to think about. Let's see, which also means I have 23 hours to stock up more hourglasses somehow for sure. How do we feel about the new Charmander and Charmeleon for old Char EX? Yeah, great point. Yeah, let's talk about that really quickly. So just to sum up, I thought Beedrill was interesting. I think that you still play the old Weedle. I think you play the new Kakuna. I think Meowscarada, if you could find a one prize grass deck, it can definitely surprise some people. The new Charmander, to me, is a straight up upgrade. The only question would be if grass is popular, then you probably want to play the Apex Charmander. The Charmeleon, 100%, you're going to want to play the Shining Revelry Charmeleon. Charizard, in my opinion, you can cook with Charizard in a few different ways. I think that you could play Charizard with obviously Moltres, but I also wouldn't be shocked to see Charizard. I believe, what was it? I have to, it's been such a long stream. I forgot. Was it Druddigon Charizard? Is that what it was? Somebody in chat, remind me. I don't remember. I got to come back to that. Magmar, I think, it's like the 17th Magmar, but probably the best Magmar. With Blaine, it could do some early damage, but again, when you evolve to Magmortar, it's rough, right? Try to use two Charizard with 14 supporters to see how reliable Ion is. Tauros is probably just like, it's a decent card. I just don't know, like, it's got a place in the meta. I thought we got a different Floatzel revealed, so I'm a little surprised on that one. Wugtrio, I think Wugtrio is decent. I think it's worth playing and checking out, especially if you can play a deck that's like Manaphy, Palkia, Wugtrio. I think that's worth looking at. I think it's a pretty decent card. Dondozo could have some magic if you play like a one prize water deck, pure one prizers. So like Palkia, or excuse me, Manaphy, Dondozo, Tatsugiri. I think you could get away with something like that. You might want to play Palkia Origin Form. I think Pikachu EX is bad because fighting is really good, not just because like the card is bad. I think Pachirisu, if you can find a one prize electric deck, so maybe Luxray, maybe Electivire, maybe Genetic Apex base Zapdos, so the non-EX Zapdos, and then hey, maybe Palmont, right? But again, the problem with electric that I see is fighting is really good, and also a lot of the good electric Pokemon that are one prizers are evolutions. And by the way, yes, Dondozo and Tatsugiri is an alternative to like Druddigon Leaf. It's another way to look at it. Yeah, good point. Let's see. Abra and Kadabra are, I believe, upgrades. Alakazam is just different. Maybe a one prize psychic deck, but again, Arceus really worries me. Dialga really worries me. But Alakazam is a decent answer to cards that ramp. Giratina, fascinating card. Here's a list of Giratina partners. That could all work. So Giratina Mewtwo, Mew, Giratina Mew. Keep in mind, Budding Expeditioner and Mew is not bad. The problem with Mew EX is Rampardos destroys it, and Arceus destroys it. You could use Giratina Druddigon Darkrai. You could use Giratina Druddigon Greninja. You could use Giratina Druddigon Magnezone. And all of the decks that feature Mew and Giratina, or Mewtwo and Giratina, you could easily run Shaman. So there's a potential deck where you could play Giratina, Druddigon, Mewtwo, Shaman. You don't have to play 2 Shaman, but again, just giving you options. Very flexible card. By the way, this is the gold Pokeball. Looks tremendous. Fighting wise, the new Machop is an upgrade. The new Machoke probably worse than the Apex Machoke. The new Machamp probably better than the base genetic Apex Machamp. The new Hitmonlee is like a Hitmonchan, except it's Hitmonlee. The new Hitmonchan kind of sucks. New Riolu, probably not playing it, but it has 10 more HP. So if Psychic gets better, keep an eye on that. Lucario EX probably could see action as a one-of. So you play 2 of the regular Lucario and then 1 of the Lucario EX. Flamigo is just pure swag. Ekans and Arbok, they suck. The promo Ekans is different. We'll talk about that. Paldean Whooper and Paldean Clodsire, decent, but Arceus is just really good. And then the new Pokemon Center lady removes special conditions, so that kind of sucks. Really tough for that deck to be good. Grafefe is a stage 1 that's basically Hypno, but it poisons instead, and it's got better stats than Hypno in terms of it's got a 2 energy attack and 1 retreat cost. So it's not a bad card, but again, special effects are like kind of bad right now. I skipped Spiritomb because I don't think it's worth talking about. Tinkaton EX it seems like it's going to be bad. Probably going to be one of those EX that you get and you're like, man, I wish it was something else. Reverum, I mean, it's a cute stage 1 prizer, but it's not very good. I would probably just rather play Melmetal. And Twitch just got an ad, so let me pause there. So type any questions that you have, and we will go ahead and continue after that. Gonna make sure I get this ad taken care of before we finish. And then we'll cook some ducks. Dude, what was the Charizard deck? What was the Charizard deck? Do y'all remember? Okay. All right. Hey, Twitch, you didn't miss anything. I paused. Looks like YouTube is good to go. Dude, what was the Charizard stuff? I gotta go back. I'm not sure about Goldingo because like, oh, okay. YouTube got an ad now, so we'll wait a second because people can skip that ad here in a second. Okay. Should be able to skip. Okay. So with Goldingo, again, 120 HP, 3 energy to attack. The thing I just don't know that it's like good enough. But again, it's kind of like another take on Marowak EX, if you remember. But 50 damage, maybe 3 coins. I mean, hey, it might surprise some people. So, yeah. There is that. Rattata, Jiggly. So Wigglytuff is another healer. It kind of reminds me of Butterfree, except it's a stage 1. And it only heals your active. In Goldingo, we trust. But yeah, so Wigglytuff, it heals 20. It's pretty interesting. But Barrel EX, decent card. Probably not good enough to see like competitive play. But again, it's like another take on Venusaur. He's broken in the mainline game, so I'm a believer. Goldingo is Metal Celebi. Dude, maybe y'all are right, bro. Maybe y'all are right. I just, man. Yeah, maybe you play like Skarmory Goldingo or something. That's funny to think about. Lopunny is just kind of like filler, not really game-changing or anything. Cyclizar is kind of interesting because like you could play it in like a really aggro deck, and all of a sudden you start hitting for 40. So it's a pretty interesting card, but I don't know that it's going to be like meta-defining or like Sudowoodo or anything like that. Dude, one last dono so you can afford some packs to cook, and I love to see it. Appreciate you, Wizzy. You're the man. You're the man. Appreciate you. Iono. So we just got done talking about Iono. Again, Fossils, Chateau, Pokemon Tools. I think they can all help. Maybe even cards like Meowth and Shigilif. I'm on board to test it. And again, stage 2 decks. I think they can all get value out of Iono. Pokemon Center Lady. I think that, yeah, hey, somebody mentioned like Berry. Snorlax could definitely be a thing. Yeah, Berry, Snorlax. Because it could heal the Snorlax from being asleep, but the problem is then you wouldn't have time to like use Berry. So yeah, that's kind of an issue. What does Dondozo do? Yeah, let me go back to that. And by the way, thank y'all for the following and all the thumbs up and everything. It's like super appreciative. And yeah, I mean it makes me feel good about, taking time to make the content. So I appreciate you. So it's 120 HP and attacks for 4 energy, and it's like a blizzard. So 80 damage and then 10 to the bench. So assuming you have Tatsugari out, it's got free retreat. So keep that in mind as well. Still waiting for them to add a Pokemon that does more damage for the more energy in the discard pile. There's so many cards. Yeah, it's interesting. Charizard can ramp itself, so could run with water and use Arita. Yes, that would be nuts. I mean, you could definitely do it. You could definitely do it. Red, I think, is definitely going to be perfect for one price decks, and I think it could. I think it's going to be really good. I think red is going to be a card that you always have to think about. Team Rocket Grunt, I think it's also a very good card. The thing is, you just have to wonder, am I better off playing a card that just makes my deck better instead of a coin flip card that may do nothing, right? Like, you just have to ask yourself that, because it is taking up your supporter for turn, and it is taking up a slot in your deck. So that's pretty much a recap of every card that we've talked about. And, you know, you already have Lumberry. Dude, the funny thing is, I haven't seen a single Snorlax deck that has made top cut of anything that plays Lumberry. Like, there's got to be very few that have actually even used it. So, I hate the Wigglytuff. Dude, the art on the Wigglytuff is hilarious. The art on it looks hilarious. Meesprit with red one-shot Charizard. Oh my god, that's insane. The Lake Trio is back. It's back on the menu, chat. I mean, the art looks phenomenal, y'all. It looks phenomenal. The barrel looks so cute. Ah. I mean, what a set, man. I mean, I don't know how they keep doing it, but the art just keeps looking phenomenal. I mean, look at this Pikachu. This Pikachu sucks, but man, it looks good. I mean, look at this. This Paldean Clodsire looks so dope. It looks real, dude. That's like catfish, bro. That's like catfish on a Pokemon card. Does everybody in the world even know what catfish look like? It might just be like a southern thing. And then Tinkaton looks insane, bro. It looks insane. The Wiggly of Judgment. I mean, they killed it. Yeah, Sonic Boom, we can see your chat. What would be your thoughts on Giratina, Dusknoir, or Gengar? Dusknoir for sustain, or Gengar as a revenge killer, since they can't use supports. Also, yeah, hey, I just saw your chat earlier too. I am so sorry about that. Okay. I think these are the best cards for Giratina. So Giratina Darkrai, Giratina Darkrai Druddigon, Giratina Greninja Druddigon, Giratina Magnezone Druddigon. You could play Giratina Mewtwo and Mew EX with Shaman. I think you could definitely play all of those combinations. You know what I'm saying? But I think all of those are probably better than Dusknoir or Gengar. That's just my initial thought. And I'll try to cook here in a little bit. Like, I'm just kind of finishing up the card reviews, and then we'll build some decks. But I think all of those have better upside than Dusknoir, for example. So, and better upside than Gengar. Like, the only thing that you could make an argument for is Gengar EX in the active, just locking your opponent out of playing supporters. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could definitely like get on board with something like that. Like, that's dope, right? But I think the other cards are just better. Like, you know what I mean? I think the other cards are just better. Maybe you could get away with playing Gengar, Giratina, like Mythical Slab and stuff. We'll see how the deck looks when we get to that part. How about that? But I do think that you can play any of these combinations, and it's like just as good as or better than Gengar. That's just my initial thought. But hey, maybe when we see the deck in the full 20 cards, maybe there's something to it. But again, hey, appreciate you jumping in, man. Appreciate you jumping in. Sorry about that. Giratina Wiggly. Oh my. Oh my, Twitch chat is cooking. But yes, dude, I love the Babarrel. The Babarrel, dude, yes. And then the immersive is the Giratina. And I won't spoil that for you. You can check that out. Yeah, you basically use Giratina, and then like on curve, you could attack with the Gengar, right? I think that's how the math would work out. The shinies look great. The crown looks phenomenal. So if you get a crown Pokeball and you play it on me, I might scoop just because the swag. All right. The shiny Pokemon look fantastic. So I think they did a fantastic job of art. I don't think the set is like super overpowered. And man, there's a lot of cards to cook with. So yeah. Well, let's get to some deck building. How about that? Let's build some decks. Okay, so let's just start off with the one of the more obvious decks, right? So Giratina, Druddigon, and Darkrai. It's crazy. This pack is worth opening just for the crown alone. Yeah, right. Is the set available tomorrow? The set should be available in less than 23 hours. So, but it should be available for everybody, depending on what part of the world you're in. It may be on the 27th, or excuse me, the 27th. But yeah, man, the Pokeball looks insane. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, do you play Shaman in this too? What am I missing, Chad? I got 2 spots left, right? What am I missing here? No, I have more than 2 spots, don't I? I have 7 spots. Holy moly. Waiting for Gold Professor's research. Oh, yes, dude. Giratina ability works on the bench spot. Yeah. So you can have it on the bench, right? Charizard can ramp itself, so can use water energy. Yeah. Somebody mentioned that. Nah, dude, Oak would be sick, bro. Yes, the gold Pokeball is awesome. It's awesome. I mean, in theory, you could play one Dawn, right? By the way, thank you for the follows. Thank you. Much appreciated. You definitely want to play Leaf, right? Yeah, my bad, Leaf. So we kind of have 4 spots here, and my line of thinking is like Shaman helps just about everything, right? 1, 2, 3. So I have 7 supporters. So I have room for tools and items. So, like, I could play double cape. I could even play double helm, and that would be my 20, right? Other cards I could play potions. I could play Poke Center Lady. I could play Mars as well, right? But I don't know that Mars makes a ton of sense. And I'm probably playing nothing but like dark energy, right? I'm probably only playing dark energy. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like oh no, I don't want it to update. Oh no. Dude. All right, back to square one. And then what are the other 2 cards? Oh yeah, 1 Dawn. And then 1 Shaman, right? Okay. So what do you think about this? Oh, okay, chat. Double Dawn. You know, part of the reason why I don't love this is like once you run out of time to use Giratina's ability, you're just like, When are you going to be able to get more psychic energy for Giratina? So yeah, I don't know. I'm not hating this, right? Like none of these hands are like Omega bad. I mean, this looks like I'm playing Dark Zone. um, you know, it might be good to go back and look at Dark Zone lists too. And like see what trainers they're running and kind of go from there. But again, this is just like an idea. I mean, this is just a hell of a lot of Pokemon, and that kind of sucks, right? But again, like Drudagon Rocky Helmet, that's going to be annoying for our opponent, huh? Yeah, this hand would be pretty rough. But I guess it depends on the matchup, too. Jeez, dude, I'm never finding a Pokemon with this hand. Oh my god, dude. Oh no, Chad. Oh no. I went through 13 cards before I found my second Pokemon. How do you get to that page for decks? So you can click build and then you build the deck and then you hit draw simulator. And from there you can hit new hand and it like just cycles through some hands. Oh Lord. Oh, I don't. Ooh, what do I even do with this hand, bro? So yeah, I mean, okay. So there's one version of like Giratina, right? All right. Let's do the fan favorite here. All right, let's talk about this. So we're playing the 60 HP Ghastly. We're probably playing Genetic Apex Haunter. And then we're playing EX Gengar, right? And then we're playing Giratina. We'll use the pretty art since that art looks horrendous because of the image quality. And then now the question is, we know we're playing these cards, right? We know we're playing those. We want to play Double Dawn, right? So that way we can get our Gengar attacking. So now the question is like, do we play double Pokecom and like Iono? Do we play Sigilif? And then like, do we play something like Slab? I mean, we're not playing any like Sabrina or one Iono. We're not playing any Sabrina or Cyrus. So like, kind of tough. I mean, you could take out Slab, right? Sabrina, Cyrus. So that way you're not like just like sitting there doing nothing. What do you think about that? Can you see the whole deck? I'm trying to make sure I get it all on the screen. Okay. So, you know, there's an idea, right? When you use Sigilif. So, the only reason why I think about Sigilif is like, it kind of helps your Iono in a way. But okay, let's just say you don't like Sigilif. Yeah, it doesn't synergize for sure because you're not going to be able to attack. So I mean that gives you another opportunity to run something else. I mean, you could play Shaman. I mean, yeah. I mean, to me, You could get away with slap, right? I just wonder what Pokemon do you put in the active when Giratina is doing its thing? That's kind of like one of my questions. Because like something is getting attacked, right? Like, does it have to be? Ooh, I like that. Yeah, you could play the base Giratina. So base Giratina. Somebody said Leaf. What would you cut for Leaf? Would you cut a Pokecom? Would you cut the Giratina? The thing I like about the Giratina, like the base Giratina, is that it can like absorb damage in the active because you don't have a way to heal, right? You don't have a heal. Yeah. Okay, I see you, Sonic. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so basically, you're just taking this out, and then my problem is like, what is? How are you getting your Cyrus active? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you getting Cyrus turned online? So I don't know. I don't know. That's like that's a little bit of a tricky one, right? But I mean, I personally, I think that two Dawns synergizes very well with Giratina and then attacking with Gengar on curve. Cause like turn one, Giratina effect, turn three, evolve to Haunter, Giratina effect, attach for turn to Haunter. Um right, your turn ends, and then turn five, attach for turn onto Haunter, evolve to Gengar, Dawn, my Giratina energy to the Gengar. Does that make sense? Yeah, I like one Cyrus, one Sabrina, and yeah, Woozy. That's what I'm saying. Nothing is doing damage. Like for to make Cyrus like on like if you get to the point where like you have Gengar in the active, like say so let's just say Gengar's in the active, right? If they start retreating, you do have Sabrina and Cyrus, but like also they don't have any supporters. So like it seems to me that you would want a way to make sure that your Gengar stays alive. So like let's just say you cut Giratina. I mean, you could play this. I mean, you could get away with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 supporters though. 9 supporters. Mew EX. So Mew EX can help you. Would you rather play? Yeah, I mean, I think that you've got options. I think you've got options. One Calm, one Iono. Dang, I think I like this the most. I think I like this the most. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, my idea was to have Giratina tanking, and he will most likely get away with 1 kill, hopefully 2, and then Gengar comes in to win the game once they kill Giratina. Not sure how realistic that is. Okay, so we're not even on the same thought process of how to win the game. So my thought process is I curve Gengar, I use Dawn and Giratina, and now my Gengar is beating them down for 100. Like that's my would love to see it, right? My alternate win condition is, Giratina, Mew EX, and Dawn, right? Then my other win condition is straight up just curve the Gengar and like lock them and build up another threat. Ooh, Giratina tanking with Rocky Helmet and healing. I think that would be a different way to, like, I don't think you would play Gengar in that version. Would you? I don't know. I guess you could, but I kind of like this 20 cards. I kind of like this. Let's see how it draws. How about that? Let's see how this draws. Let's go to the draw simulator. Ugh. Ooh. Bro, no, not like this, bro. Oh, no. All right. Ranked is going to make y'all think twice about how you build decks. It has to make sense. Otherwise, you'll be raging. Yeah. Dude, some people will definitely be raging. Draw 2. So if I find Ghastly with his hand, I'm feeling pretty good about life. I just realized that I have no switch cards either. So like if my Giratina gets stuck, it's just like stuck. Right? Hopefully I'm opening Giratina again, and I just have no way to get out of the active. Okay, I did it again. I think it's the fact that I'm also playing no way to get out of the active. I think that's actually a really good thing that we're seeing right now. Yeah. Okay. So we need to find room for a leaf. Hold on. Let's find room for leaf. Okay. So I love the idea of Mew. Giratina 18 or bust. Dude, I'm busting. Not like that. Pause. Golly. Anyways, okay. We gotta play Leaf somehow. How do we play Leaf in this deck? Right, like I love the idea of Mew, but also I have no idea what it's really accomplishing. Like it's just like a good tech card, right? Like what attack is Mew realistically copying that it's just like, oh my gosh, this is great. Right? Like you're not running into Charizard from Apex. I think you can cut the Mew. And also it's a target that Pokeball can hit that you're just kind of like, ugh. I think you can cut the Mew. I almost want to say you can cut the Pokemon Center Lady, excuse me. And then I'm not gonna lie to you. I think about Sabrina as well. Maybe 2 Drud, 2 Giratina, 1 Gengar, 1 Iono, 2 Pokecom. So you're saying only run 1 Gengar EX? That's crazy though, right? Like you want to make sure you have it when you need it. Oh, this is off topic, but Mia's coming back with red. I can see it. Yeah, I think you have to find a way to play Leaf. And then Dawn. I mean, I feel like you need Dawn. It's just so weird. Okay, let's see what the draws look like now. I mean, so I guess we're getting to the point where like we realize if you open Giratina in these decks, you're just like not loving it, right? Like that's what we're learning. And right here, I'm just missing the Haunter. And now I'm missing the Haunter again. And now I have Ghastly, Haunter, Giratina. This is probably like one of the best hands we've seen, but we've also drawn like 10. Yeah, and again, we open up with Giratina. So, okay. So what you're going to run into, you're just going to run into, and by the way, Twitch is on commercial, so we'll come back here in a second on Twitch, so we won't do anything too crazy. You're running into the fact that you need to play a lot of basics, or like you need to play Leaf, like double Leaf, to fix your Giratina hands. Are we doing that in the other Giratina deck? Yeah, we're playing a lot of basics, right? It's all basics and double Leaf. So that's why this deck drew so much like... I think that's why this deck drew so much better than the Gengar deck. Like the obvious, oh, you're playing a stage 2 MBB, but like also, you know, with this deck, you have ways to fix those openers where you open up Darkrai or Giratina. I think that's why. Yeah, I think that's the issue, is like Gengar just makes this really clunky. So it may not be able to work. But hey, if we pull the Giratinas, we'll definitely try it. Let me make sure my mic. Okay, we're good. But honestly, if we're having those problems with this deck, I feel like it's going to be the same thing here. Oh, man. Any normal Pokemon that could run with Giratina? Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Okay, so we got... So this is just going to be standard, right? I mean, you could probably play like double Cyrus here, but... Yeah, I mean, this is just like pretty standard. And I mean, you could cut one Pokécons here. I think this is actually when you wouldn't mind playing Arita. Right, like I feel like Arita might actually get pretty good value in this deck. But it just depends on the energy. Right? But yeah, it's just impossible to know. Let's just play Pokemon Center Lady. Just to see how this draws. Okay. So Drotagon, I mean, no new cards. Research, Pokeball, okay, I mean, that's really good. Yeah, I mean, to me, these hands are just like significantly better, right? I mean, it just depends what you Pokeball for here for. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is just like Greninja on curve. Hopefully you're playing water energies. Um, could be bad. Could be bad. Yeah, that could be bad. I mean, this is decent. Yeah, I mean, ooh, dude, I like this one. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, this one's kind of messy, right? Yeah, that one's kind of messy, and then obviously the Pokecom could change this entire hand. Damn, dude, opening double Giratina is kind of awkward, isn't it? I mean, dude, I gotta tell y'all, out of the Giratina decks, Giratina Greninja and Giratina Darkrai have felt the best. Like just looking at these hands. That I don't know. What do you guys think? Um, what do you guys think so far? And we'll get to Mewtwo here in just a second too. I got you. So we got Mewtwo. Okay, so we want to play Psychic Energy. Would run Iono over Lady. And then Drud, right? And then this is basically the same trainer lineup, isn't it? Yeah, and then you have two spots. I mean, one Pokecom and then like one. I mean, you could run Iono. You could run Pokemon Center Lady. You know, I mean, you have a lot of options here. Just because we want to play new cards. I mean, Iona. Come on. Iono. Here we go. Okay, so let's see what these draws look like. Darkrai Drud to fix Giratina's damage seems like it could work. I think so too. So opening Magnemite. Oh my god, dude. I'm playing Dark Zone, aren't I? I'm playing Dark Zone, bro. That's what it feels like. Oh no, I need to draw Magnemite. Am I playing Giratina? Is Giratina in the deck chat? Okay, there it is. Okay, now I opened it. Okay. We're cooking, chat. We're cooking. Hey, we're cooking over here, chat. Yo, hold up, chat. Yo, oh my, chat. Yo, hey, we're cooking. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I think, and you know what I also like about this is I can answer Manaphy. Like Magnemite can sort of answer Manaphy at least a little bit, bro. Like, right? Like I could at least like hit it for 30, baby. You know, like yeah, man. I mean, hey, the hands look decent. I'm not mad. Oh my god, yes. Yes, Chad. Yes. I wouldn't have drawn this Giratina, so yes, Chad. Okay, hey. Running too many basics, screw Giratina. Okay, dude. I know you want to see it. Oh no. Did I just erase the Magnezone deck? At least it's super easy to build, right? Okay, no, I didn't. All right. Let's cook some Giratina Mew. So, Wizzy, I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about this, but I talked about like how you can curve and still like attack with Mewtwo. I want to say Cape. Probably Leaf. Probably Dawn, like double Dawn, right? And now you're just trying to figure out what the rest is, right? So I think you have a legitimate like 3 spots here. And you could play a few different cards. So you could play Mewtwo, or excuse me, you could play Mew EX, right? You could play Pokemon Center Lady. And then you could play Red or Giovanni. Yeah. Yes, Wizzy. That's like exactly what we were talking about. Okay. So basically, I feel like you could play Red, Pokemon Center Lady, or what was the other? Or Mew EX. I think you have like those flex spots, 3 spots. And I think any of them can work. But I would say like this deck could definitely work. I almost would go, I think I would go, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Man, that's a lot of supporters. 9 supporters. Damn, that's a lot. And I don't, yeah, I want to say keeping them alive is a bigger deal. The only reason why I like Shaman is because it fixes chip damage that you're going to take in the early turns. But yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's just say that we cut that, right? So are we just playing Red, Geo, Lady? Is this what we're rocking? Is this what we're rocking? Oh, Sonic Boom. Listen, if we play Wigglytuff, we're just adding bricks, bro. We're adding bricks and we're adding cards that we may not want to draw. Like we may want a Mewtwo or a Giratina with our Pokeball, and all of a sudden we're Pokeballing for a Jigglypuff, and we're like, dang. So that sort of sucks. And like I think Wigglytuff is a cool card. It's just like I don't know that this is the right spot. Maybe 1 leaf, 1 X speed. Yeah, it's so many supporters, isn't it? I mean, this is 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 12 supporters. You can't use Dawn if you also need a leaf. That's a good enough explanation to me. That's a pretty good explanation. Yeah. Add Dusknoir. Oh my god, y'all are losing. Y'all are gonna lose me games, chat. Ooh. I hope Mewtwo can carry, bro. I hope Mewtwo can carry, bro. Because if Mewtwo can't carry, we are cooked, chat. All right. Let's see. So Giratina, research, and then center and cape. And then we Pokeball for something else, hopefully not a Giratina. And then now we've got Giratina and Mewtwo. And then we've also got Pokemon Center Lady, so we're just looking for Dawn, basically. Oh, no, not another Giratina. Oh, okay, there's the Dawn, yeah. Huh. Now that's pretty dynamic. That's pretty freaking dynamic, dude. Oh, God, and the research? You don't like it? You don't like the deck? Oh, my... Dude, this is not bad, bro. This is not bad. I mean, you're opening Dawn, Mewtwo, Giratina, man. This is not bad. Yeah, dude. I mean, damn, Pokeball's dead there, huh? Yeah. Hey, I oh man, you really wanted Giratina. You just couldn't find it, huh? Man, you didn't find Giratina in time. You might have lost that game. Yeah, and then it just depends what Pokeball here hit here. There's the gear. Hey, dude. Hey, Wizzy. We might need to delete this part of the video, Wizzy. Delete it, bro. Yeah, man. I okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. Never doubt me again. Wizzy, now I've got to edit the video. I got to edit the stream, bro. The stream can't go up anymore. I gotta edit it, bro. Okay, I got honestly out of all the decks, I don't like Darkrai as much as I like the Mew because I think there's a weird problem with the energy. I think that's the weirdest part about this deck. Gengar just has like a few too many bricks. Giratina Greninja does feel like Dark Zone Greninja. Or like Darkrai Greninja, if you remember that deck. Giratina Magnezone feels like Dark Zone, except you're playing Giratina as opposed to Darkrai. But Giratina Mew is the one that is definitely the one that kind of stands out to me. This is where I would start. If I pull two Giratinas and two ladies, I'm probably starting with this deck first. So there you go. Okay, yeah. Let's talk about Charizard. Yeah, the Gengar deck, it needs a lot of work, and I'm gonna be frank. I don't even know that it's very good. I don't know that it's very good. Okay, so we're playing new Charmander, new Charmeleon, new Charizard, and we'll play Moltres in this version. Okay. Unlike Dark Zone, Darkrai Dread Giratina would be 1 point plus 2 points. That's very true. Giratina Arceus. Are we cooking, chat? One Pokecom. What's the rest of the deck look like? Are we playing Dawn in this deck? No, right? We're playing Double Leaf, right? So that way... Yeah, we're playing Double Leaf. Because that fixes our retreat issues that may pop up. So we have 3 spots, right? Would you not play old Charizard when playing Moltres? The way that I see it is Moltres is not a requirement for this Charizard. But with Apex Charizard, you have to find Moltres, and that's the problem. That's the biggest problem to me. Does that kind of make sense? Like with this deck, I can play Charmander into Charmeleon into Charizard and feel fine. But with Apex Charizard, like dude, I need Moltres, and I also need to hit heads. But I think Sonic Boom is actually like correct on this. I'm not like I'm not ready to go all in on Arita and like the Drud, but I could see something like this. Why Leaf over X speed? Leaf just so I can get through, like get my Moltres out for free, right? Moltres and Charmeleon. But let's talk about that. I could see it. Yeah. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8 supporters. Yeah. I mean, you could swap a leaf for an X-Speed probably. Dude, what was the other idea with Charizard? Like, without getting into dual energy, what was the other idea that we talked about at the beginning of the stream? Like, this is a great example of a hand where, like, I don't have Moltres, but I can still curve Charizard and still get value out of it. Yeah, this game is going to, like, be... If I can find Charmeleon, I can win this game. Holy moly, that hand is horrible. Dude, that hand is so bad. I hope I went second. No, I hope I went first. Was it Dredagon, Charizard, Shaman? Was that it? Yeah, if I'm playing Dredagon, I'm probably playing. And then 1 Pokecom. And then what? 2 ladies? 2 ladies? Was that it? Yeah, I would have to go back and like rewind the stream. I think this is roughly what we were talking about. Because Drud... So basically, I'm trying to go 1, 1, 1, 2 or 1, 2 prize mapping. Right. So Charizard built in the back, Dredagon early game until I evolve, and then I pivot into Charizard. So hopefully they KO my Drud. Charizard can come in, get to 5 energy. They hit my Charizard. My turn, I heal, and then I start trying to sweep for 150. I think that was the way that we were trying to map this out. Golly, dude. I mean, hey, we have Charizard Kurt. I mean, that's the game plan we were talking about right there. Yeah, so tomorrow on Reset, new set, and ranked. So at the same time. Charizard don't need energy when on bench, so Dredagon is a big waste. Think of Dredagon as being like your stall for time to find your Charizard line, while also setting up your damage. So like if they hit it for 20, if they hit it right and KO it, they lose 20 HP, right? And then hopefully your Charizard can come in and either ramp or finish it off, or both. Heatran is better. Is it? The main thing that I look at with this deck is I'm like, kind of like thinking about is it doesn't really pass the Manaphy test too. Right? Like Manaphy, I guess Charizard and Charmeleon can deal with Manaphy, right? Like Charmander hits it for 20, Charmeleon hits it for 40, and that's 60 damage. But if they cape, you're kind of screwed. So that kind of hurts. Maybe the Shaman is not necessary. Okay, what? So what does Zard Heatran look like? What does this look like then? So this, yeah. And then, I mean, obviously, yes, probably. And then, are you playing Cape, right? Are you playing Cape? Is that what you're playing with this? Right, I mean, it's got to be Cape, right? So you've got Cape, and then, I mean, what do you have after that? I mean, are you playing? I mean, it has 3 retreat, right? So like, you're never getting this out of the active. I mean, like, it's in there till it dies, bro. What about it's Lady again, isn't it? You're just running. You're basically just running things that make your Pokemon last longer, right? I mean, do you even need another basic? Oh, you need a Comms, right? You need at least 1 Comms. Oh, I guess Comms and Iono, right? That could be the last card. So something like this. One Arceus. Hmm. You know what's crazy? I think I'm almost okay with running the EX. I think I'd be okay with running the EX. Damn, dude, now your Pokeball isn't guaranteed, or like, I guess not guaranteed, but it's like it's got lower chances to hit Charmander. What do you think of Team Rocket being used as last resource to win lost games? Yeah, it's a comeback card, right? I mean, it's just like a comeback card. Oh man, I flipped a bunch of heads and suddenly my opponent's sweeper is now done. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like for decks that have like that build up a sweeper and like they try to sweep you, I think that Rocket Grunt could be devastating. Somebody said, okay, so mine has 1 Moltres, 1 Heatran, and then no Arceus. And then somebody said 1 Moltres, 2 Heatran, 1 Paldea. Dude, the Paldea Tauros is like super spicy, but I don't know that I'm a believer. I don't know that I'm a believer. And I feel like if you're gonna play Moltres, you have to find a way to play Leaf. And I'm getting away with like playing no Leaf, basically. Oh god, I opened Arceus. Okay, that might be enough for me to cut it. Oh no, chat. Yeah. I mean, damn, maybe Moltres is the card over Arceus. I mean, anyways, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not super into it, but if I pull the Charizards, then I'll probably play it. 1 Cyrus, 1 Leaf, 1 Iono. Do you cut a Pokemon lady then? Is that what you're cutting? Oh, and red. So yours looks drastically different. Yeah, yours looks drastically different. Like no cape, right? Or no Sabrina. I mean, there's just a lot of different cards there. No cape, but 2 helmets. Yeah, maybe helmet is the play with this kind of deck. Yeah, I mean, those are all good things to kind of like think about. Do y'all really think like out of these new decks though? By the way, Twitch just went on an ad for a minute, so I'll try not to change too much. But do y'all think that these decks are like better than like what we have already? You know what I mean? Like I'm just kind of like I'm looking at this and I'm like, I mean, like what's this deck doing that like if it gets Charizard out, like great. Hey man, what do you think about the new set? Any standouts for you? The Pokeball Crown Rare hurts to see. I will never get it. You know what? Just because you said that, you're gonna get it like in your first 10 packs. For show. For show. And yeah, Mewtwo, a shiny Mewtwo is apparently the. By the way, we didn't talk about the promos. I'm so sorry. So really quickly, let me get to the promos. We didn't talk about the promos. So the promo, like the Ekans, like poisons automatically. And then the promo Floatzel, that's what it was. Yeah, the promo Floatzel is like a it's basically a Weavile but for water. I am so shocked that they don't have. Yeah, here it is. Okay. This is the one thing I didn't review. My bad, y'all. But yeah, Floatzel, 100 HP, 1 energy, 10 damage plus 60 more if your opponent's Pokemon has damage on it. And then Ekans, it like automatically poisons. The cards that stood out to me, there's a lot of cards that stood out to me. Like honestly, I think this set like has potential. And after seeing like some of the cards like and cooking with them, I think that there's definitely some potential. So, for example, like I think Beedrill, I think it's decent. I think Charizard might be decent. Like Charizard, the way that I'm talking about Charizard is that Charizard is basically Mewtwo and Gardevoir in one card. Like once it gets online, it's just 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. The problem is, evolving it and then getting it to 5 energy. And like you can do that in a few ways, right? You can do it with Moltres. You can do it with its attack. There's a couple ways to do it. By the way, I think this is the season pass card. I think. You know what I'm saying? So basically, like you get the season pass for the month, and I think this is your reward. Oh, you have to buy the Mewtwo with cash. Is that it? Yeah, so that would be a season pass card if I remember right, but I might be wrong. I would have to look at that. I know we're getting 1 deck ticket. I didn't know we were getting 2. But yeah, the pre-evolution, like personally, I think that the Weedle from Genetic Apex is better, and I think that the Kakuna from Shining Revelry is better than the Apex one. And just kind of going through the rest of the set, I think Wug Trio has some value. No, you have to buy it. It's like $20. Damn. Man, that sucks. Wug Trio, Manaphy, and like Palkia Origin form, or just like Palkia EX, I think that has potential. Like, think of Wug Trio as like Dragonite, but like a little different. So definitely Wug Trio. I think it has potential. I think Electric has a problem because fighting is so good. So, not only is Pikachu EX glassy, like it's 120, but like regardless of the attack, you're like, dang, dude, there's really good fighting decks that just deal with this way too easy. I think Pachyrisu's good, but if Druddigon is good, then Pachirisu gets worse. And then the other thing is, like, you need to find a way to play a one prize electric deck, because the one prize fighting deck is gonna beat the electric decks with like EXs, right? So like if I play EXs and I play electrics, your fighting deck is probably gonna beat me. Not only because like the weakness, but because like the effects of their Pokemon. Like Marshadow just Dougies on all these Pokemon basically. And the only way to play a 1-point electric deck is to play like stage 2 or like to play stage 1s. The new Alakazam is cute. Abra and Kadabra are both upgrades over the Apex versions. Giratina is probably the most versatile card. Like Darkrai is to, what is it, Triumphant Light, as Giratina is to Shining Revelry. It's just super versatile. The thing is, we just don't know what the best version is. Machop is an upgrade. Machoke, nah. I think the Apex Machoke is better. The Shining Revelry Machamp is an upgrade. Hitmonlee is just different. It's just like another Hitmonchan from Genetic Apex, and then Hitmonchan kind of sucks. Lucario, probably a one of. Could be a possible one of. And yeah, the Electric Druddigon. Like the only thing with the Electric Druddigon, right? Like this guy, Palmot, 140 HP, right? Free retreat, and it's got Druddigon's effect, and then for 2 energy it does 70. The problem is, like, fighting. I mean, that's the problem, right? It's a stage 2 going into a fighting deck, and then you worry about that. And then the 70 damage is like kind of low, so you wonder about, like, if I'm playing against Dialga Arceus, right? Arceus can one-shot it with Giovanni, so it's a little tough, right? Screw Dark Zone, play Pika Zone. Yes. The dark types, again, Paldean, Wooper, it's actually a decent card. I mean, Paldean Clodsire is a decent card. It just sucks that Pokemon Center Lady exists and Arceus exists, right? Like, they're both pretty decent cards, and like if they were released before Arceus, we would probably love them. But right now, kind of tough. Graffifi, that's how I'm going to pronounce it, Graffifi. Graffifi is like the poison version of Hypno, and it's kind of decent. But again, like, you just run into the same issue as, like, man, poison, like, status effects are kind of like not it. Tinkaton EX, I think it sucks. I think it's just not very good. Goldingo, people are saying it's like the steel version of Celebi. And obviously there's a lot of changes, right? There's the fact that, like, it's 3 energy instead of 2. And then it's also a stage 1. And it's slightly squishier. So it's got some problems. But, hey, meme card is meme card. Wigglytuff is a stage 1 that heals 20 from your active. It's kind of cute. Might be able to play around with it, but I think Shaman is going to do like the same job just as good. That's just my personal opinion right now. But Barrel is like a miniature Venusaur, but like probably not very good. This is probably not very good. Cyclizar is an interesting aggro card. Like, if you're trying to play like an aggro, like, one prize deck, like in your face, or in your opponent's face, Cyclizar is kind of interesting because it's 80 HP basic. For 1 energy, it deals 20, but the next turn that you use it, it does 20 more. So could be a pretty good little aggro card, right? Iono, again, fossils, Chateau, Pokemon tools. I think it's got potential. Stage 2 decks, I think it's got potential. Pokemon Center Lady, just good generic heal. It's got you probably got room to play with it. It's a good little just like generic heal card. Red, very good. You definitely want to make sure that you can find some reds if you are trying to play in tournaments, because I think red will find its way into a lot of decks. It's good counter against 18 trainer decks. It can fit in 18 trainer decks. And then also the fact that one prize decks can use it is very good. Team Rocket Grunt, just the age-old question, just like with red card. Are you better off playing Team Rocket Grunt and making your opponent's strategy like maybe worse, or should you just focus on your strategy, right? Yeah. By the way, yeah, do you think Charizard will stack because it doesn't say 20 more damage, it just says plus 20? I think it just stays at 40. I think that's the cap, but I may be wrong. I don't know. Maybe wrong, but I think it's just stuck at 20. The Wigglytuff full art has stole the show. It's got the gigantic blue eyes and like also kind of like that weird meme with like that Kevin guy standing there. It's kind of weird. Some people were speculating that it was an AI generated image. And the art looks fantastic. A lot of great art in the set. So, golden Pokeball as well. But anyways, yeah, man. I hope that kind of summed it up. But again, I'm not too sold on Zard and Heatran, but I mean, hey, I understand people are definitely a little hype about it. Let me delete some of these older decks. Tempo Fire. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. New deck. Charizard is like far-fetched, super aggro, splashable. I think it's going to play like Togekiss. I think so too. So yeah, guys. I'm going to build a couple more decks and just kind of like, because I know some of you wanted to see some of these. And yeah, multiply. So some people like multiply more. I think I'm against it. But I think I do like the paralyze. Magmar Blaine for the lulz. That's right. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play this, you might as well just go like full on. Let's just try to disrupt them. I think the big problem that I'm noticing with this deck is like, what else are you playing in this deck? Like in my old Beedrill decks, I was playing Executor. Yo, what's going on? You got a baby Garchomp in your list at all? My favorite Pokemon. I've been trying to get it to work. I do not. I do not. Yeah, Serebii probably makes the most sense. Like I would love Executor, but like, you don't have room, do you? Man, your Pokemon can get like, I kind of like the bulk. Yeah, Meow is just a 1-point deck, in my opinion. I like multiply just because setting up 2 Beedrills fast is kind of disgusting. Yeah, if you can get that, like if you draw 2 full lines of Beedrill and you get it out, like dude, just more power to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey. Yeah, I'm thinking Shaman can definitely take a role here. Let's see. Yeah, I think Shaman could play a role here, and like I think ultimately it's got to be a 1-point Pokemon. Like I think it's got to be a 1-point grass type or 1-point like normal type Pokemon that you play in this. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you can line up games where it's like 1-1-2. Isn't there like a grass road? Okay, yeah, this one sucks. Can we just sort by basic Pokemon? Yeah, I mean, worst case, you could just play one Celebi, like some people mentioned in the chat, for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, if it seems like, I mean, hey, you could play Caterpie. What about Beedrill, Gyarados, and Don? I think you're putting way too much into one deck. When in doubt, Snorlax. Yeah, I just think that like it's too many directions in one deck. But yeah, I mean, man, dude, yeah, it just feels like you probably just play like more Hill or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I mean 8 supporters. Oh, my bad. Tools. You just play tools. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just play tools. Yeah, you either play cape or helmet, I imagine. Decent. Decent again. Yeah, you should get Weedle. And then from there, you're just trying to find Kakuna. Yeah, I mean, hey, these hands aren't terrible. Yeah, I mean, you just try to find the Kakuna there. Yeah, I mean, this one might be rough. You need to find Kakuna ASAP. Hopefully that research or that communications went through. Yeah, you're in trouble in this game. Maybe that saves it right there. But you still need to find Beedrill. Yeah, and you're never going to find Beedrill in time. Yeah, I mean, it's just a decent deck. I don't know that it's like a world beater. Okay. And then would Sprigatito help this deck, and could you fit in a red? Yeah, I think you could fit in a red. I think the question is like, how good are the Pokemon tools in that deck? That's what I think it kind of comes down to. Because I kind of like the idea of Shaman. By the way, the art for Meowscarda is kind of nasty, man. It's sick. Oh man, I didn't even realize the full art for this. Oh, Iono would maybe fit. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, yeah, I could see Iono. What's the stage 1 of the line? Okay, Gato. Yeah, so for this is where like I think a 1-point deck has to be the play. And I almost feel like Rocky Helmet and Erica is the move. Yeah, so this is where I would be tempted to do something like this. If you could find a basic grass Pokemon that doesn't feel awful, I think it's got to be grass because of Erica. Yeah, dude, they did an incredible job on like the Miascarada and the Sprigatito full arts. They look phenomenal. Um, yeah, I mean, I think you just kind of need a basic grass type, and I don't know that we have one, like a 1 point basic grass type. But I feel like that's probably where you're looking at. Honestly, I think I would. They're just like bad, man. Like think about the 1 pointers that we've seen in other decks. The only the guy that tanks and deals 20, yeah, Dredagon. Just play it with stage 3. Barry. Yeah, like okay. So in the past, we've seen stuff like Origin Form Palkia. We've seen stuff like base Mewtwo. And like those things have 120 HP, dude. Do they have a single 120 HP basic grass type? There's none like that, right? Like there's nothing like that for the grass types. Like they're all like shaman. Like you just can't really. I mean, Heracross. What did somebody say? Heracross and like, what is Bear? Which ones does Barry do? Which bug Pokemon does Barry do? Because I made this mistake already. All right, Heracross. So you're saying that, right? Well, I'm saying like there are bulky grass Pokemon, but they're just not basics. So like that's the problem. This deck builder site looks much better than the limitless one. Yeah, Daisy. This is Pokemon Meta is a tremendous resource for building decks like this. Um, I like to use Untapped for videos, so that way people can see like how many pack points and stuff cards are. But for just like jamming, building decks and doing it quick, yeah, like this is phenomenal. Yeah, I think this is probably the other alternative. So it's either something like this or something with like Executor. And again, if you play Executor, you're just playing all the evolutions, and that can feel bad. What do the draws look like? Okay, hey, at least I'm thinning my deck. Yeah, I have the whole line. Yeah, Delmice is kind of similar. Delmice just sucks, man. Like Delmice is just so bad. Yeah, you're right though. That fits the criteria. Yeah, it's gonna feel so bad having Barry and no Heracross though. But that's just like the nature of playing Barry. Yeah, hopefully I hit a Sprigatito right there. I mean, these hands aren't terrible. Caterpie. Yeah, I mean that's definitely an option. I kind of like the way the deck looks like right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of like this. This is not bad. Yeah, you run Heracross over Delmas for sure if you have to choose. Yeah. Granted, I'm not. I mean, you are taking 2 more spots with the Heracross Berry stuff, as opposed to the Delmice, which is just 1 spot. I would play 1 berry. How come though? Like, why not just play 2? It's not like Meowscarada is like super energy hungry, you know? Heracross is kind of unplayable. I mean, it is, but like we're trying to find a one prizer that doesn't feel awful. Because like ultimately, it's either this or like Dredagon Leaf. You know what I'm saying? And like the thing you have to think about too is like, dude, hey, Heracross can kind of like Heracross bodies Manaphy, dude. No, no, no. It doesn't give you anything with no basics. It's always guaranteed to be a basic. Every single hand. Every single hand is like at least one basic. Like guaranteed. Unless like you build your deck wrong. And by the way, the only reason why I said it has to be grass type is because of Erica. Maybe play Snorlax instead of Heracross. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind it though. If you have fewer grass types, Sprigatito helps you get Meowscar out of it. Dang. Yeah, if it's in the active, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. What's the stage 1 do? 40 damage. I mean, hey, if you have this in Rocky Helm, you're doing 60 damage to their Dialga. Not terrible. I've done it a few times, had no basic. That's not how I've ever had it work. So I don't know if like the deck that you built was like I don't like that. I've never had that happen. Like Pokemon meta has always been good for me. So yeah, I don't know. But anyways, like this is just like a potential deck. Like Heracross Berry may just be awful, and you just may be better off playing Execute. I think that's a great point on Sprigatito guaranteeing like another grass type. And like you guys notice I'm also like not playing Pokecoms in this deck. Maybe it's just an error. Yeah, I don't know. I've literally never seen that happen on Pokemon meta. I just play Farfetch'd or that cycle thing. Dang. I mean that's kind of spicy. And it doesn't have like, oh yeah, Lizar. Yo, the shiny looks sick, dude. Yeah, and if you play this, you can play Pokecom. And that also allows you to play red. No more Pokecoms. Iono is the future. Hmm. That's a good thing. I mean, that's a good point, man. Like, okay, Sprigatito is getting you another Pokemon, right? And then you can Iono anyways. I mean, you don't always have the luxury to have a baby Pokemon in the active for too long. Yeah. I like Cyclizar because it can fight back like quickly. Like to me, this is really cool compared to Barry and Heracross, right? I like this because I can immediately fight back against those snowball cards, right? Like I can potentially knock out a Manaphy after before it gets 2 ramps, and I think that that's huge, right? Um, you're getting one Pokemon with Sprigatito, and then you're evolving it. Carnivine, Baby Arceus, yeah, it's just a lot of spots. That's the only issue, right? It's a lot of spots. Like at that point, you're cutting Carnivine, or you're the Carnivines are the cycle card, and then you're having to find room for the 2 Arceus, right? So, could be cutting a red, it could be cutting Pokecoms. But I think like there's definitely a lot to work with. I think I like this version better than the Heracross Berry stuff. I think. Dude, I just drew so many basics. Not good. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I just don't know how powerful it is. But the fact that I can like maybe one shot an Arceus or a Dialga is insane. What stage two? What two stages are in the meta? Rampardos, Gallade, Greninja a little bit. Magnezone not so much. When the new set comes out, Charizard. I think that pretty much covers them. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. Stall. Well, they stall because their sweeper is big enough to do that, though, right? Or like explosive enough. And realistically, Rampardos and Gallade do not stall. They're actually more in tune with what this deck is trying to do. They're trying to be in your face or like evolve right away. So, yeah, it's a little tough. Um, by the way, we didn't. I think that's. I think that's about all of it, right? I mean, yeah, I don't think that there's anything else really. Shiny Mewtwo is apparently like a bundle, is what people were telling me. I don't know for sure, but people were saying it's like a bundle. The thing about Miascarda, he can't sweep a basic. Like a non-EX, you mean? Is that what you mean by basic? Yeah. I mean, like, ultimately, the honest truth is, like, it just may not be very good. But we're just trying to figure out, like, hey, can you play it in a 1 point deck? Because, like, in my opinion, you might be able to beat the fighting deck. You might be able to beat the fighting deck with a 1 point grass deck. Just because you can deal damage and also heal. But Rampardos is going to be the biggest problem to overcome there, for sure. And then ooh, crap, yeah. Honestly, the fighting deck gets a better matchup against Cyclizar. The more you think about it, Rampardos is broken. Yeah, Rampardos is very good for like the card. It's just a strong card individually. I see Mewtwo making a huge comeback to counter fighting. We can attempt new Pikachu. No, no. Yeah, I just don't. I don't think it's worth playing electric right now. Yeah, overall, all of these. My first favorite, Giratina Mew. I think this deck is dope. Yeah, I would definitely play this. Second favorite deck. Oh, is it Keyhole? Is that it? Keyhole? My second favorite deck is probably another Giratina deck, and I think I would lean towards. Giratina Darkrai or Giratina Greninja. Like Giratina to me so far seems like the most interesting. I do think that Charizard is fascinating because, like I said, I feel like it's like a Mewtwo and Gardevoir in one card in a way. Yeah, Drud, Charizard, Shaman. I don't know. Zard Heatran. I didn't even finish the deck because I was like not really into it, but I don't know. Maybe it's got some wills. Beedrill. Beedrill's really fascinating, man. Like if you can make it consistent like the Executor deck was, and just like you're curving the hell out of Beedrill and then you're like disrupting them with Rocket Grunt, like damn, dude. Deck might be dope. Stall Giratina. Tell me what you mean by that. And then 1 point Meowscarada deck. I'm not too like, it's just another deck to me. I don't know that it does anything fantastic. But yeah, I mean, by far, I was very impressed with how this deck drew. With Pikachu, man, the fighting is just too good. Fighting is just way too good right now. And I think that fighting is going to probably just like make Electro types unplayable. And if you're going to play Electro type, it's going to be a 1 point deck, not the Pikachu EX. Reverse Misty for every deck is my favorite card. Oh my god, no. No, not the disruption. I mean Beedrill with double Iono. I mean play Beedrill with... Oh, wait. I don't know. I mean, I didn't really find a deck for Iono, honestly. And again, like my whole thought process with Iono is probably something like this. I mean, and it's probably not good enough. Like you're probably better just playing something else. Yeah, I mean, I just think you're probably better off playing... Yeah, something like this. Stuck Magmar with new Evo, Mini Leafeon. I was thinking about a Giratina that charges in 2 turns with a low-cost sweeper in the back. That's kind of like what the Mewtwo deck is trying to do. Sort of. But yeah, I'd probably try something like this with Iono. Probably cut some stuff and play like more fighting Pokemon. You don't have to play... You know, you could probably cut the helmets, right? And play like Marshadow and like Hitmonlee or Sudowoodo. You know, you could probably play something like this, but like you're underestimating Iona, man. It's the new dude, everybody, I guarantee you everybody's not gonna run it, first of all. and second of all, I don't think it's bad. I just like it can't go in every deck. You know what I'm saying? Like it just can't. There's just gonna be some decks that can't really like support it. I'm curious. I mean, you still have like a 50% chance to open up with... Okay. Yeah, you still have a 50% chance to open up Chateau. Ooh. Yeah, like I like playing cards in my hand and then using Chateau and then my next turn using Iono. I think you want to Chateau and then Iono. So like you Chateau, right? And then on your turn, like after they play their cards, your turn, you go ahead and like play the cards that you drew off Chateau and then Iono. I feel like that's decent. And then on the flip side, like, what if you Iono into Chateau? Well, I mean, if your opponent just decides to play all their cards, then yeah, it's just, I think Iono is just going to be bad no matter what. Right? I mean, I don't know. I was so hyped for this no supports for Psychic either to fight back against fighting. I'm telling you, man, like, this deck is not terrible. I was very shocked. I was very shocked at how well Giratina and Mewtwo kind of like might work together. Like, I don't like, if you're seeing these hands that I'm cycling through and saying, man, this sucks. Like, dude, Giratina, Dawn, Mewtwo is decent. It's very decent. Like, I don't know how good it is, but it ain't awful. And every time that you see Giratina and Dawn in my hand, along with Mewtwo, or like some combination of those cards, whether it's Pokeball, like, that's a pretty good hand. Like, it's a pretty good hand. So again, like, let's just say you're going first. Giratina, put an energy on Giratina, right? Turn 3, so you're turn 2, right? So turn 3 of the game, you attach an energy to Mewtwo, you ramp Giratina again. Okay, turn 5, which is your third turn of the game. So now you can go ahead and attach an energy to Mewtwo again. So it has 2 energies, and it can attack for 50. And your Giratina has 2 energies. Or you can ramp the Giratina to 3 energy, and then still get your Mewtwo to 2 energy. After turn 5, right? So turn 5 of the entire game, for the rest of the game, like, you can now kind of like play around and deal consecutive 150s. Right? Like 150, 150, 150, because Dawn moves the energy from Giratina to Mewtwo, and then all of a sudden you're dealing 150 for the next 2 turns if you have consecutive Dawns. So like, there's potential for, like, by the time it's like, what, turn 9 of the game, you've hit for 50, 150, 150. Like, that's kind of like the idea of this deck, right? And again, like, I don't know if that's good enough, but that's kind of the idea of the deck. And Dawn, Giratina, and Mewtwo are what make that possible. So like, every hand that you see me draw Giratina and Mewtwo, like, finding Dawn is just like really solid. Yeah, Giratina is like think of Giratina Dawn as being like a substitute for Gardevoir. It's like another version of Gardevoir. But like, I mean, a hand like this, dude, like, I'm never finding Giratina, right? So like, hope this Mewtwo can survive off of like Cape and double Pokemon Center Lady, right? I mean, that's just awful. But again, like, the hands that you draw Giratina, Mewtwo, Dawn, you're just like, dude, this is decent. Like, I can work with this. So that's kind of the idea behind that. I thought about it. Beedrill is this deck's demise. Oh yeah, Beedrill will be a pain. Very true. Yeah, and hopefully, your Giratina can attack later, but again, like, you're probably trying to like sweep with Mewtwo. Cuz like, realistically, Giratina might be like out of energy. Cuz you can't use the ability and still attack with Mewtwo. And like, in terms of like what meta decks, like, Mewtwo does 150. So like, it deals with pretty much everything, right? The things that it won't deal with are like 180 stage 2s or like 170 stuff that's caped, right? And that's why you're trying to play stuff like red. So Yeah, Giratina Dredagon. So I mean, like this is a Giratina Dredagon deck with Darkrai. I mean, it's decent, right? Like any time that you open Dredagon and Giratina, you're happy, right? I mean, it's decent. Shaman probably is a cut for some people, but Shaman is just there to prolong your Dredagon, and it's there to also have synergy with like the recoil from Giratina. Maybe helps you survive an extra hit. Maybe it ends up being a cut, and then you got your Giratina Magnezone Dredagon. I mean, this is basically Dark Zone 2.0. That's essentially what this deck is. Yeah, energy bank filling in. Yeah, it's legitimately an energy bank. It's kind of the best way to look at it. But yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways that you can play around with it, and I think that they're all decent. I mean, like, okay, so yeah, let's go over this one more time too, because I kind of talked about it a little bit, but I know that it's been a while. Um, Giratina 18 trainer just doesn't really work. So, like, you're dude, for a second before I build this, just like consider this. Palkia and Articuno just got another card that heals them. Like, so before I even build this, just like realize like, oh hey, Palkia and Articuno just got Pokemon Center Lady, and they also just got Red. So like, think about that for a second. All right, so now let's build this. I mean, you probably want Cape. I mean, I get. I don't know. I don't know what you want, honestly. You could go Geo and Red, and then Mars, and then Lady, and then I mean, like, what do you do now, right? I mean, Dawn, I guess. Gyrazone sounds illegal. But yeah, I mean, like, I just would rather like just yeah, and yeah, dude, that's Kehoe again, right? Like, perfect. You know what I mean? Like you got reverse Misty, you got Misty, you got heal. I mean, like literally, just play Palkia or Articuno. Like, don't sit here and play this. you know, don't do this. So wait, okay. So turn 3 of the game. So turn 1, you Giratina ability, right? I guess you're probably counting turns as like your turn 3, as opposed to me counting. I count turns by the game. So like to me, turn 3 is like turn 3 of the game, right? So turn 1, you Giratina ability, and your turn ends because you can't use 2, right? And then by turn 3, all you do is you only have 3 energy on the board, right? You have your manual attach, and then you have the Giratina ability. And so like you're still only at 3 energy, so you're not attacking, right? Um so if you're talking about like turn 5, well then yeah, sure, you could definitely by turn 5, sure, you could be dealing 130. The problem is is that well, Palkia can survive. You're kind of all in on one Pokemon, and they have Misty. So, I mean, In a best case scenario, maybe, but I think I would rather just play Palkia. Maybe I am wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I am wrong. Maybe you are right, because let's just say you're going up against Palkia 18 trainer. Well, the Palkia 18 trainer is going to attack you for 30 on turn 2 and 30 more on turn 4. And then if you have Rocky Helmet, then that's like going to negate some, that's going to put them in range to be one shot. So like that's maybe, hey, I don't know. But just the way that I see it, I think I would rather play I think I would rather play Palkia and Articuno. I think. But I don't know, maybe you're right. How does this look? Eh. No, man. Hey, I'm not here to kill your hope, okay? Don't think of it like that. Don't take it like that, my friend. Yeah, I mean, how do you fit red in? I guess that's the other question, right? You have one red. Do you just cut the Giovanni and just say I'm only worried about red? Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Yeah. But you can't red and Dawn in the same turn. You know, so that's another issue. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you would outpace. Hey, maybe there's something to it. Again, you need a lot of like things to go right. But even if you only have one Giratina, by turn 5 of the game, it's ready to go. You don't Dawn because you don't lose energy for attacking. Let's see, turn 1, 1 energy. Turn 3, 3 energy. Turn 5, 4 energy. You don't need Dawn. Yeah, you're right. You don't need Dawn. One, two. Damn, you're 1 energy away from being able to play Arita. Because, like, turn 1, it's a psychic energy. Turn 3, it's a psychic energy and a water energy. And then turn 5, your turn would end if you attach to psychic energy. So you can't play Arita. And yeah, Dawn is just never going to be useful. I mean, I guess it's got to be Potion, right? Or oh my god, you know what? Grunt. Yeah, it'd be Grunt. Damn. Hey, I mean, you know what? Maybe Giratina 18 trainer can work. Maybe it can work, man. Cause like imagine you're at 2 energies and you use Grunt and your opponent like has 0 energy. Like let's just say you go first, right? So you go first, Giratina ramp. Turn 2, they attach an energy, whatever. Turn 3, you attach an energy, you Grunt, and then you ramp. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. Maybe you're right, man. Maybe chat is right. Damn, dude. Um Oh my god, I'm about to troll. I'm about to troll Raven. Hold on. I'm about to get it. I gotta go to Raven's Twitch. Okay, I gotta listen to his reaction. Clotsire one shot Skiratina. Oh no. We do gotta remember Giratina. I don't know. Yeah, man. Anyways, you know what? I just realized this is not even playing Lady. So yeah, probably there. Yeah, I mean, I just gotta. Yeah, I just gotta find a way to play Lady in this deck. I need to look at. I need to study the 18 trainer decks that are out right now, and just like replace something with Grunt, and then probably play Pokemon Center. I don't know. Pokemon Center Lady might not even be worth it. It's only 30 compared to a Potion that's 20. And then, you got to worry about like is special, are special conditions like really that matter? Are special effects that different? Anyways, yeah, I mean it can be Articuno or Palkia. It's really up to you. We may finally be at the point where the game where there are too many good cards. I mean, you just like optimize here, right? Like the to me the optimized thing is like, I mean, choose one poke tool where you want it no matter what. Like that's the number one poke tool you have. Like across your matchups, it makes your bad matchups better. That's the tool that I want to play. So let's just assume that poke tool is Cape. So now I can play Lady in this deck, and now I have everything that I want, right? If I wanted to take it a step further, I could just sit here and cut, one Sabrina, one Cyrus, and play double potion. And now I have tons of heal, I have disruption, I have Pokemon that can survive a long time, and I'm sitting here with one Pokeball to optimize everything. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, the deck can just be disgusting. You know what I mean? Like there's not really there's not really another way to describe it. I mean, if you can really fine tune it and feel comfortable enough playing one Pokeball, knowing that there are going to be games where you go 4 or 5 turns with just one Pokemon, then yeah, you can do this. And like ultimately, like Rocky Helmet may just be a straight up cut. All right, like you just may say, I don't want Rocky Helmet, give me another Pokeball. But yeah, like these decks are getting very good, and legitimately, I was not a believer of Giratina 18 train. Dude, Giratina has been the one card that before we go into the new set has been the most impressive to me. So that I think that's kind of trainer over. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's how all these 18 trainer decks are now. There's so many good cards now that like it's legitimately a good debate. Like, hey, what do you cut? Isn't there like more trainers in turns? For sure. But you want like with 18 trainer decks, You want a toolbox in your hand at all times. That's the whole point. Like you want, like when you're playing against an 18 trainer deck, you first of all have to assume like if there's a supporter that gets them out of a situation, they probably have it because they can play all the supporters. And on the other side of that, these 18 trainer decks now have access to so many cards that can like diversify the strategy and make them able to answer any scenario, that like that's why they're just so good. You know what I'm saying? So like yeah, it's 18 trainer decks are going to be just as good as they were for this previous, what was it? Triumphant Light meta. And it's just going to keep doing the same thing, right? I would be curious to see the data of number of games you have your only Pokemon knocked out before drawing your second 18 trainer can't be that high. The main reason why that percentage probably grew this past Triumphant Light meta? Mars. That's the number one reason. And what people started doing is they started using Mars on 18 trainer decks so that way they could make a play and just try to choke them out of the game, because they could deal with one EX, but that second EX was something that they knew they couldn't handle, so they would Mars it before it could be put on the bench. Because what some 18 trainer players will do is they'll Pokeball for their second basic, and then they'll keep it in their hand. Because like if you Sabrina, then their like Pokemon is stuck. It's stranded. Because like you'll notice this deck is not playing Leaf, right? There's no pivot cards. So yeah, like that's the biggest reason why I would say there was a higher percentage, like compared to like probably any other time, of 18 trainer decks getting beat before they could play their second Pokemon, because Arceus Dialga would just use Mars, right? And then all of a sudden, oh crap, I can't find my second Pokemon in time, and now I lose the game. Yeah. Anyways, it's been a long stream. We went over all the cards, all the promos. I can't thank you enough for tuning in. I hope that we got to cook with one of your favorite cards. If we didn't get to cook with one of your favorite cards from the new set, it's probably because it was Pikachu and that card is doomed. Yeah, it's doomed. I'm sorry. But it's okay. We're going to find some one prize electric decks. I'm sure somebody will cook. Maybe it's Palmot. I don't know. But again, like I think this set has a lot of cool stuff. Giratina is the card that had the coolest, in my opinion, and the best partners and synergies and potential decks. From 18 trainer decks to the number of partners that it can play, I think Giratina is the card out of all the EXs that surprised me and looks like it's going to perform the best out of all the EXs. And the most encouraging thing that I see, like, okay, not encouraging. And the other thing is I noticed that 18 trainer decks got a lot better. I do think that Beedrill has potential. I think that Charizard has potential. And I would say that's probably and you know what? I didn't get to play with this card, Wug Trio. And hey, let's end the stream by doing that. So really quickly, we're not playing Glaceon. Glaceon is not the move. Okay, really quickly, let's do this. Okay, we're going to play the pretty one. Ooh, I kind of like the red one better. Okay, what's the basic for Wug Trio? Wiglet. All right, let's get to the trainers first. I'm fine with one Sabrina just to potentially stall a little bit. I think Cape is going to be what you're going to want to make sure that your Wug trio survives, because like that's going to get scary. And I think Arita is a 2 of. And so you're going to have 2 other spots. So now the question is, what's the basic Pokemon that you play alongside Wug Trio? And I think this would probably be where I would go. Wug Trio and Dragonite, yes. Godingo, I'm not sure about Godingo. It would have to be a 1 prize deck. I don't think it could play Dialga. Maybe I'm wrong. And again, like I think this is a pretty interesting deck that could be pretty good. Before I wrap this up, and I know I'm faster than chat because there's a little bit of a delay, but so yeah, Kehoe, I definitely said the same thing, ended up settling on the same thing. Is this how you would play it? Is this oh my God, yes. Yes. Yes, give me all of this, chat. Yes, I will gladly take this opener. Yeah. Dude, why do I keep opening research? Oh my God, dude. Yes. Please. Yeah. So, yeah, I would definitely play around with this deck. So yeah, again, I do think that there's some potential here. If I was gonna play, you know, Galingo and go completely nuts with the coins, I mean, it's hard for me to really I guess this is probably the best way to. I mean, you have to play Dialga, don't you? That would this be the way that you would play it? Would it be better to play Rocky Helmet or Cape? I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, and then you just kind of decide whether or not you want to play like red, right? Because you can sit here and play red. Oh, you got to play Cyrus Sabrina too. Yeah, so I think you end up having like 2 spots here that you could play around with, but like you could easily get away with something like this. You could play Pokemon Center Lady. I mean, again, I just don't know how good this is. But anyways, yeah, I'm not super like into this deck, but I know a lot of people are apparently from the comments that I've seen in both chats, Twitch and YouTube. So pretty surprising. But yeah, man, I'm freaking tired. I'm gonna probably like sleep in, and then I'm gonna be staying up all night because I'm actually gonna try to get to Master Ball all in one stream. So that's the next stream. Um, they're both weak to fire. Yeah, that is true. So that's the next stream. I'm gonna try to go all night and get to Master Ball and see how fast we can get it and see if it's possible. Oh, you know what? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Kehoe, that's actually the other way to play it, right? It's just an aggro. Yeah, that's what we said earlier in stream too. Yeah, so yeah, you play Scarm, you play Helmet, obviously, and you're just a pure 1 prize deck, right? Yeah, you take out the Mars too. You have room. Yeah. Maybe a little glassy. Maybe there's a reason to play Lady. Maybe there's a reason to play lady. Yeah, maybe this is the way. I don't know what else you play after this though. I don't know off the top of my head. Like my brain is kind of fried. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, you know what? You could play grunt. Cause like in theory, you're you're killing Manaphy very early. The problem is if you don't find Scarm, right? Like if you don't find Scarm early to get that early tempo, it's gonna feel pretty bad. Maybe you play X speeds. Maybe you play X speeds to fix your openers, but you have a 50% chance to open Scarm. So pretty decent. And you can deal with Scarm. You can deal with Dialga. It is gonna suck to go ahead and run into Dialga helmets though. That's gonna suck. So yeah, that's probably gonna be the biggest deterrent. However, you're playing Grunt, and Grunt could cut the Dialga off, right? So yeah, I do agree. Aggro and Grunt is probably a good strat. Yeah. Um. Yeah, Q. Let me know. Let me know what you think, man. I'll talk to you in the Discord, I'm sure, and I'm gonna poke around in the Discord because I'm not gonna fall straight asleep. I've still got these cold ass burritos that I made 3 hours ago. So yeah. But yeah, man. Hey, again, a big shout out to y'all. The next stream will be in less than 24 hours. I'm gonna go as long as I can until I reach Master Ball, and we're gonna try to be the very best. The best. I forgot the words to the song. I want to be the very best. The best that no one ever was. That's right. That's right. So, anyways, again, thank y'all so much for tuning in, man. It's been an incredible stream, and man, y'all definitely taught me some things. So, I'm looking, dude. I'm scared to eat them. They might be bad. But anyway, so again, appreciate y'all. Is the set coming tomorrow or the day after? It is coming in like 20 hours from now. If so, I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm in the United States, and it's 4 a.m., for example. And the set will be live for me at 1 a.m. So roughly, 21 hours from now. And ranked should be released at the same time. So hopefully that helps. And if it doesn't, if you're in any Discords, there's a lot of Discords that like you can go ahead and make. You can ask there, and they might be able to tell you in your time zone as well. So hope that helps, Stacey. And again, thank you for tuning in. Twitch, YouTube, thank you for tuning in. You guys are the best. Much appreciated. And hey, I hope you enjoy the new set, and I hope I see you again. I will be on cam, okay? I will be on cam, I promise. But tonight, I did not even plan on going this far. Are we sure? Yes. So I don't have a Discord, but I will send you an invite to a Discord, and then I will and then you can see it. So let me get this here for you. I am so bad at some of this sometimes. There you go. But anyways, yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. It's always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure. Let me find our good friend. And y'all have a great rest of your evening, day, or night. And I will see you soon. Appreciate you, YouTube. Y'all take it easy as well. Thank y'all for tuning in. Have a great night. And thank you, Dibby. I appreciate the kind words. Y'all are great.